Okay.
Fuck!
Do it.
The fuck!
Hey.
It's a great
So,
opening.
welcome back to Wildemount. Last we left off, you all had found your way past son of Mahdi, the Count. Some of you paid your toll to cross the. One of you did not. However, in the ensuing challenge, Aiden was victorious.
Was he?
Aiden Way.
For a very specific definition of victorious.
Yes.
Was not punched in the face.
In fact, they made it to the Feywild.
I said I was gonna cross the bridge.
Yeah.
You did cross the bridge, and you are now in question mark the Doral Woods. By best sense, you don't feel that it's the Feywild directly, but maybe Feywild adjacent. Some
Feywild
sort of
limbo?
liminal space between the material plane and Feywild.
Feywild limbo. Got it.
Demiplane. A few encounters with strange happenstances, ambulatory trees, forks in the road that turned out to actually be mimics. You stumbled into the Blooming Grove. A, for lack of a better word, Fey farmer's market. Or maybe a Fey populated with all manner of folks you would expect to find just at first glance. You all numbers of.
You're cutting out a lot again.
A lot, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
See, let's move the camera, microphone. All right, let's change the gain that way. Maybe I made the gain go the other wrong way.
Oh, maybe.
Possible.
Maybe.
The other
That
wrong
would have
way.
been bad. All right.
Now we can hear you.
I can also attempt to just enunciate and speak a little bit more clearly.
Right now
rather
it's
than
great.
softly. Okay, great. All right. Continue to position things as optimally. So, Blooming Grove. I was on the call with my ISP, so I didn't quite look up all sorts of cool, colorful characters to populate this map, unfortunately. Not that I didn't have like an entire week to do it.
It's fine. Everything is fine.
I know what's tracking
Life.
Mhm.
I found a centaur.
There you
D&D
go.
finds a
There's
way.
at least one centaur.
Is
So
it
this
a monk,
centaur
though? Yeah.
is it a monk.
He's an astral monk.
It does appear
Does he have a stand?
Kia's centaur is a monk.
to be a merchant.
An unnecessary amount of limbs.
There are what would be large bags strewn across the shanks of his horse half, and he seems to be dealing with a number of other creatures. But you can see sort of floating in the water nearby are a number of hippocampi that seem to be sort of tied to some loose bushes or vegetation. They look like to be mounts of some of the creatures that are here. There are smaller fey folk all about, sprites and pixies and the like. And every now and again you can see what you would probably guess is to be quickling, even smaller fey who are known for being couriers and messengers because they are almost so fast that they're difficult to see with. Nearest you, however, down at the bottom of this large, are a number of old stone ruins. Looks as if this may have been an entryway to some great castle. The almost completely overgrown large wooden gate doors just below your feet. These stones are incredibly old, grown over with vines, leaves, mosses. It doesn't. It would be hard to tell if this place was built here, or if it was just taken over the wilds. But it seems as much a fixture of this location as the large blooming trees with the pink blossoms. There are motes of light that sort of reflect off of a lot, occasionally swooping petals that almost seem to be moving with intent every now and then, as a warm breeze occasionally blows branches and the leaves, kind of blowing more of these blossoms out. You see a lot of them litter the. At first glance, everything seems peaceful. There seems to be a lot of energy, though. The grove. Somewhere roughly around the middle, there are what look to be a somewhat raised stone platform, kind of here in the middle, just past the center, on which are a number of satyrs. Seem to have instruments and are playing some very fast-paced, raucous music that a number of people enjoy playing. Sound carries even over a lot of the conversation. Most of you can't understand, as it's either Sylvan and waking up.
You're waking up again.
Yeah.
Mm.
It seems that this
Sylvan.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you do hear something, let me just recycle. And also, I can just lean closer to the microphone.
Yes, like right now, where you're
You
at
just
right
want
now,
to
where
stare
it is,
into your
okay.
Adjust positioning. I'll naturally lean back to get comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then it'll...
So, lots of snippets of conversation. Some of you can understand the bits in Elven, but not all of it is in Elven. Most of it is in Sylvan.
I know Sylvan though.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Leah understands everything fairly clearly.
Lee's got this.
Yeah. Need my pickle.
At the end of this sort of ruined keep or castle is another raised area with a lot of fallen pillars and stonework. And you can see that positioned at the end and flanked by what look to be two ornately dressed and armored figures is a large mirror. Currently, from where you can see here, it just seems to be reflecting the goings-on in the market. But it does seem to sort of draw attention as it's elevated, flanked by...
Anybody getting a Shadowfell Tower mirror vibe from that?
I mean,
Potentially.
potentially.
I mean, that would.
Say
mean,
what?
the guards would make sense
This
in
is
that
way
case.
too happy to have any shadow vibes.
Well, suppose if the Shadowfell has mirrors
it
that
serves
kind
a
of
similar
go between,
function.
Yeah.
perhaps one that functions similarly with the Feywild?
That's
That
my thought.
would make sense.
Also, does anyone have any thoughts on how not to get dragged into the Feywild from here? Because that doesn't sound like a good idea.
Party with the fairies! Woo!
Yeah. I mean, I have some
40
thoughts,
years
but does my
later.
character any of us actually know about the Feywild?
The true question is, where doth we actually need to go?
I mean, that's still,
Important question.
other than north, but...
I mean, I think the answer to not get dragged into the Feywild is be very, very careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Don't eat the food. Don't.
Don't eat the food.
Don't make
Don't
any
eat the
deals
food.
that might
Don't
get you
make any
dragged into the
deals.
Feywild.
Don't tell anyone your name.
There's a lot of rules for this place. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we need to follow the rules occasionally.
Aiden's not good at that.
The challenge is making sure you know the rules that you're supposed to be following.
Yeah, I'm
The
just
hell?
gonna keep my mouth shut because I don't know the first thing about any of this shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a little, but I don't know if I know enough to like
is-
keep all of us out of trouble.
So like looking around, is there anybody that looks like they might? I mean, I could just ask anybody really, but like, well, I guess first I'm like, are there just any signs or anything like directing as far as what is what here? Like,
Nope. As far as
Okay.
you can see, it's just clusters of various Fey folk in conversation. As you look around, you can see that some people are in conversation. Some people seem to be sharing a drink or a meal in impromptu picnics. The activity over by the satyrs that are playing music
mhm.
seems a little bit more lively.
Do I know anything about satyrs? I don't know, but like I'm like, can I? I'm just. I
would
don't know
say
that I've necessarily encountered them before, but I don't know.
likely not, but I mean, they are, from what you know, because you have had encounters with a number of Fae, is they tend to be hedonistic, not particularly prone to planning or long-term thought, and often, much like a lot of Fae folk, just follow their passions and live for them. And the general sense that you feel here is that is the overall atmosphere of this entire place. On happy-go-lucky congeniality. Everyone is here is enjoying themselves. There does seem to be a lot of, for lack of a better word, commerce going on. But you're not necessarily seeing a lot of like point. But there are a lot of people passing things back and forth between themselves. But there is definitely hedonistic bent to some of the revelry.
Is there anywhere that looks like in vending, like armor or weapons? That type of wear.
There is a so set up near the centaur, and again, I apologize for not having gotten all of the stuff, all the pieces. I'll just pull a token, kind of represent. Let's see. So kind of near where those hippocampi are, there is what looks to be some sort of water type fey elf thing. You may not have encountered these before. It would be a triton, and it looks like they are selling a number of. They look probably the closest thing to arms and armaments. So let's see. I have a couple of other tokens to represent. Oh. Three satyrs that are playing music up here. There are small fairy folk kind of just flitting in and out everywhere.
All the
There's-
fairies.
Yeah.
All the fairies.
Does anybody else seem to be paying any attention to the mirror over there? Like wherever the mirror was? I don't know where exactly it was, but like
It's at the top of the map. I'll pull a marker to it.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to be paying it much mind.
it's just kind of like it's just there. They treat
It's
it
just
as kind of
very distinctively there. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess it would be way too convenient to find this at the weapon shop.
No, but this
You
is a
never know.
good place for information, even
Yeah.
if it's just
Mhm.
rumor.
Well, and we can potentially, I mean, if there's anything interesting, do a little shopping, I suppose.
Yeah.
Just be
Yeah.
probably
Be
be
careful.
careful about what you offer.
Yeah.
I suspect a lot of the sellers here might not be as interested in coin as
Yeah. It definitely seems to be more barter based.
so you know.
Do we have anything interesting in the bag of holding? I mean, we could potentially
no
if they trade in goods similar to the dragon. If we
I
had anything.
legitimately have no idea
over.
what's in the bag of holding at
That's
this
why,
point.
that's why I'm like, I feel like surely we have something
Uh-huh.
interesting in there, but I have no idea.
I mean,
Just
well,
so we know, you know, if we need something interesting to offer in case we do find something good.
and we have some scrolls. We have that wand of smiles.
That's true. You know what?
That
Looking around it, these people
Wow.
would probably go for that, so we should keep that in mind.
We have some chainmail that resists force damage. Like we're just like sort of looking in the
Oh,
bag of
that's
holding.
interesting.
I'm just
is like
looking.
Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
Pulling stuff out.
Other than that, I mean, I don't think anyone wants these old playing cards.
I mean, maybe they would. You never know with fairies.
We
Oh.
do have.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
As Worry is sort of like reaching into her bag and pulling.
She's
know,
not
various
like
things
dragging
out.
everything out.
Right,
She's
right,
just sort
but
of like
she,
pulling
like,
it, like yeah.
Reaches in and puts it back and pulls out another thing. You do notice that basically a gaggle of maybe dryad
Oh gosh.
have seemed to not caught your attention, but rather you have seemed to caught their attention. And they sort of drift away from the centaur, who's sort of like kind of like a little miffed because they literally just like turned and walked away from him in the midst of perhaps a
Oops.
conversation, to kind of walk over to all of you. And they're sort of looking at you very curiously, and they seem to be very delighted to see these new people show up.
Penella's a bit on edge, a little bit because we have fought dryads before.
You have?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember totally breaking up one in the forest outside
There
Tiliana.
was.
Well,
I
we're like
remember a
corrupted
dryad
dryads.
that.
Yeah, but still.
There's also a dryad that we helped.
That's no, was it a dryad?
I think
It
I
was
just
something.
pushed some
There
of
was
the
one.
other edge of the
In that Fey area
Hmm.
map.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
near Tisoa.
That's true.
Yeah, sorry, Aiden. Yeah, knocked you past. Oh, yeah.
Well,
I don't exist.
you don't.
There we go.
Hey!
Uh,
There you are.
Yay!
Brightwing is specifically invisible, and you can feel her pretty much just kind of like sticking right to you. And then Phyla is you're probably right.
Yeah, I'm probably still on the
But they all sort of they move towards you, and as you're looking at them, you can see they're moving almost as one. The three of them. And as they approach you, they kind of all stop simultaneously. And which one of you is sort of closest and up front?
I mean, Leah would probably be somewhat close to the
Yeah.
front, given that she is
Has the most
familiar with.
experience with.
Yeah.
Right.
Aiden, 'cause
She was, and she was kind of like looking around
both of
for,
them.
you know, either somebody that might be able to help
Mhm.
them, give them direction, whatever. So yeah, I will say Leah's probably towards the front.
So they approach you. You're looking like you're taking the lead on this motley group. And they all kind of approach you and smile. In unison,
Oh, that's not creepy.
Oh no.
you
Step
just
for
hear sort of a
cuckoos.
very, in Sylvan, just a soft hello.
Leah will respond in Sylvan. Hello.
They kind of look over you. They look over everyone else in the group. And they kind of all smile together. You're new here, aren't you?
Yes. We are passing through this way. I take it you are regulars here?
We come here often. We're Willow.
It's nice to meet you, Willow. Where were they coming from? Were they over by?
They were
Over
talking to the centaur,
Okay, they were by the centaur or whatever.
who has now looks like he's packing up his stuff. That has a very displeased look on his face. He appeared that he was close to making a sale, perhaps.
Oh no!
Oh.
You said they're
What
speaking
what did he
Sylvan, right?
have? Can I see, like, because I feel like she'd kind of glance over to where they came from, whatever, and
It looks like he's got a lot of pouches, and small parcels and bags and things, maybe herbs, flowers, that sort of stuff. But he sort of packed it all up and is now kind of like looking at the number of tokens I have placed on this map is
yeah.
far fewer than the
Well,
number
yeah.
of creatures and stuff that you see. So these are just the ones that I've made remarks on.
I feel like we
more
wouldn't be
people
able to
show up.
see the map if the number was accurate.
What brings you Sersha's domain?
To whose domain did they say?
They said Sersha.
How do you spell that? Because I'm just about to write like Searcha,
Oh.
and I'm
Oh.
pretty sure that's not right.
Not at all.
Hmm.
It is not often that mortals find their way here.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm like, thank you, Kristen, because I didn't put that in my notes last week, but that's important. So she'll just kind of repeat, Sersha's domain. I'm not. I'm not sure exactly. She's kind of pausing just at the, just this is a new name that has not
Sure.
come
They
up before.
They are grinning at your discomfort, and they sort of come in a little bit closer, not like creepily close, but sort of more for effect,
Mhm.
and in a conspiratorial stage whisper.
I feel like
we found Dryad Aiden's here.
potentially I'm about to just like repel them the other way. We'll see. But she's like, well, I mean, ultimately we are searching for a weapon. She'll kind of glance over at Aiden, but not like, but just subconsciously almost just that direction. And
A weapon.
like I said, we were passing through here. It appears to be on our way to wherever it is we're headed. You said this is Saoirse's domain.
Yeah. It is timely that you arrive when the Blooming Grove.
Blooming Grove, what?
Appears here.
Oh, it's Brigadoon. Sorry.
Yes.
Actually,
Appears.
kind of, yes.
I mean,
Sweet.
She's appears. That is most interesting. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I feel like that is something I should communicate at least to my compatriots here. So
They all like
she's
bow
just
their
like,
head.
she's like, I am the only one understanding any of this, and I feel like at this point I'm like, okay, I need to like translate.
Yeah, I was
Sure.
watching.
Yeah, so yeah, she's like, she'll turn around and say, so apparently this is Saoirse's domain. Not sure who that is. And they said that it is fortunate that we came here while the Blooming Grove has appeared here. Or
Yeah, we knew
apparently
that.
it is not always
Not
here.
always.
I remember at least I made a check and knew that.
Yes. The Blooming Grove.
Oh.
From what you were able to
I don't think I shared
recall.
it. But
Yeah.
You of course didn't
They
share it.
didn't share anything,
Because
so
that's news to me.
But at the mention of Saoirse,
Mhm.
I would say that Wuria, you can go ahead and make a.
Okay.
Does the bard know the story about this check?
Okay. What kind of check? What
Has
is
the
the
bard
the
barded
intelligence
hard enough
history?
about this particular thing? Check.
intelligence history? Okay. History. So that's a 17.
Okay. You do recognize the name Saoirse. She is the Lady of the Spring Court.
Okay.
So there is the queen of each court. Most people are familiar with the Summer Court and the Winter Court. But of lesser influence are the Spring and Autumn Court. Saoirse is the Lady of the Spring Court. Not quite as powerful or as influential as the Queen, but she still holds a significant amount of cachet, as it were.
So Waria would let Leah at least, and everyone can hear some of that, all of them, but Leah know that. Well, so Saoirse's of the Spring Court. She's the lady, and so she's pretty important. I mean,
She would be considered an archfey.
yeah, she, like there's like the Queen,
So someone we don't want to deal with.
Ye-
Really.
Yeah.
and we
Or
don't
at
want
least
to
don't want to get
upset.
on her bad side.
and that doesn't
Yes.
exactly track with what we were told before, so there
That
could
is-
be. I
that
do
is
not want to get in the
true.
middle of Fae politics.
I mean, if this place appears
Maybe
at
this
only certain
specific-
times.
Just the Blooming Grove is.
Yes.
Yeah, this could
Her
just
That would
be
make sense.
because
And
it's,
it
I mean,
appeared in the middle of
Very large.
would,
whatever
would
this other
logically
baggage
would it make sense for like the Blooming Grove, which seems to be very springy in its name
Yeah.
at least,
Yeah.
would be associated with the Spring Court? Would that be like a
The Blooming Grove moves.
right?
Mhm.
Now that it's in a domain of a Fae of the Spring Court, it is springy.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
When the
so the
Blooming
domain-
Grove changes
Yeah.
and appears in the court of another Fae mother or queen or lady, it shifts.
All right. So yeah, so Weria would say, well, no, it's not the Blooming Grove that's her domain. If this were like a domain of like the Summer Court, it would look more summery and so on.
The dryads shift to common
Oh.
and
Oh.
a lilting and accented voice, which I am not going to try and affect.
Fair.
They say in unison, "The little one speaks truth."
Oh.
Blooming Grove is neutral among the influence of the Fae. It transitions like the seasons from one to the next, the next. While it is in the domain of the Court of Spring, it is a wonder to behold.
It is indeed lovely.
Not so much in other places.
There are some prefer.
Darko GT, thanks so much for that sub. Appreciate it.
The dark and the cold. And they sort of like glance across.
That's way louder than I
some of the rest
intended.
of
I'm
the party
sorry.
as they say that. But many of us fair folk prefer the pursuit of spring. And there's sort of like at that moment a bit of a crescendo among the music in the background. And a number of people seem to be indulging themselves in all sorts of various pursuits of eating, drinking, and dancing.
Well, this is the domain of one of the ladies of the Spring Court. Would that be the one to perchance get an audience with, and perhaps she would know more about what was going on here, and where perhaps we may find what we're looking for?
What exactly?
Don't know.
Oh, did I not go through?
No, that came
No,
through.
you did. I'm just like,
Weria looks vaguely concerned about
Were you
requesting an
saying that-
audience with an
I
archfey.
feel comfortable.
Would you say
Not so much that, like, knowing who
quietly
might...
enough for them to not hear, or no?
Just
Or
trying to
were
be
they
quiet
open?
about it, but... Not so much requesting an audience, but, like, who would know besides... what is
trust
going
my
on?
luck. Or, the randoms rather than ruler.
She doesn't say anything.
If it's
I'll-
weapons you seek, you can certainly find something of interest here. Although,
Although
doesn't seem
tastes
like the-
tend to be a bit more
Yeah.
unique.
Oh yes, Master
This does not
Trig.
seem
Oh
like the
yes,
kind of
we
place
are.
where we'd find,
How are you?
What we're looking for.
oh, you can find all manner of things in the Blooming Grove. Even if you have eclectic tastes.
Yes, certainly
They're
look
kind of Aiden and El.
Oh, who would you recommend?
Well, if it is weapons you seek, and they kind of both, or all, not both, but all turn to Triton. They often bring manner of interesting things from the waterways of the Feywild.
Well, it did catch my eye.
Be worth checking out.
It's a starting place.
Yeah.
Those are rather mundane
Shit.
types. If you seek enchantment or magic, you should speak with Auntie May.
With what?
Auntie what?
Auntie May Flowers.
And where would we find Auntie May?
They turn kind of like over their other shoulder, and you can see kind of sitting on the edge or embank of the river up there is a old-looking woman. Her robes pulled up around her thighs, and she's kind of like dangling her feet in the water, trying to coax one of the hippocampi that are sort of, for lack of a better word, parked, tied up nearby. And looks like she's like trying to offer them something to eat, and they've taken no interest in her whatsoever.
Out of character, probably some smart hippocampi.
A little bit.
I think your recommendations are most helpful.
Yes.
It has been some time since we've seen mortals here. Sure to much entertainment.
When was the last time?
They stop and they pause.
Been a while, huh?
Time is a difficult concept. Many seasons.
Sir, surely something noteworthy must have happened for it to remain in your memory.
Oh yes. They attempted heal they did not agree the bargain.
You're kind of cutting out.
Yeah,
Not
again.
sure I'm
Yeah.
They
getting all the
attempted it-
information.
They did not agree, or they
With
did
the
not
bar-
uphold the bargain, that the pact that they made, and they attempted to renege
Reneg.
Yeah.
on their promises.
Oh,
Oh, we
Where you
certainly wouldn't want that to
winces.
happen.
probably didn't end well for them.
It did not go well for them.
I can imagine.
And the dryads kind of glance over, and you can see at the sort of raised area in the back where those two are standing next to that mirror, you can see a number of statuary, sort of all posed, and they all look like heroes in various heroic poses.
Over by the mirror?
Over by the mirror. Yes.
I see. Well.
They certainly add something to the scenery.
The dryads all grin. So too thought Our Lady. You seem to have a much better temperament than they did. Do take care. We wouldn't want such lovely people come to such an ignoble end. And They kind of turn as one, looking behind them a little bit before they kind of progress and go to move past you and around you. Looks like they actually just might be on.
Just kind of aside to Elias. I hate this place.
So the less
Not
time
sure
we
about
spend
Kate
here,
yet,
the
but I do
better.
feel deeply uncomfortable. Yeah, I agree. The less time we spend here, the better.
Let's
Just-
check it with the weapons vendor, and Auntie May over there will be a nice last resort.
Yeah.
We should just be cautious of any deals before we agree to.
Yeah.
Of course.
Be cautious of any words that could be taken as
Yeah.
agreement to any deals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
I think the less we talk in general, probably the better.
Yeah.
I feel like we
Elias,
would.
maybe just don't say anything.
I agree with that. Although he does not tend to say very committal things, so he may be
That's-
safe.
Yeah.
That's fair, actually.
Good at talking in circles
Yeah, I was saying, that is my specialty. Is I
without
talk in
ever committing to
circles.
anything. So,
So
maybe.
maybe I should do the talking.
No book. No book, come back.
I can use a lot of
Okay.
words to say nothing at all.
That is
That's
true.
a
skill.
Okay.
So the vendor.
All right.
Get it.
So you all move in.
Yep.
Okay. The Triton is sort of like looking around. There doesn't seem to be anybody who's approached him. And so when you kind of begin walking in his direction, somewhat with purpose, he takes notice. And then it sort of like does a double take as he realizes, like, all of that is coming towards him.
All this.
A lot to take in.
It is a lot to take in, and you can see almost immediately he seems to be a little bit on the defensive, and he's not quite sure what to make of it.
I feel like Wiria would get down off of Phyla and have Phyla wait rather than bring
I
the.
feel like Aiden will
Body.
basically, put a hand up in a greeting,
Mhm.
basically, and say, "What wares have you have?"
Are you speaking in common?
Or maybe Elvish. I guess.
You could try Elvish.
Elvish.
Okay. So you speak in Elvish.
Yeah.
And as he kind of gets a good look at you, and he sees your countenance, and you do have sort of a vague Fey ancestry about you. And he seems to be put at ease at that, as well as the fact that you're speaking it. And he waves you over. Hello. I have wares if you have something equivalent to trade for them. We do not deal so much in the coin of mortals.
I can understand that.
But
What do you-
he's got basically he like reaches into the water and pulls up on what looks to be like a seaweed, and it pulls up the equivalent of like almost like a small table or like a loose cage made from various pieces of driftwood and things, and kind of laid out on it you can see are a number of small weapons. They are all crafted from what look like bone and coral, so varying hues of peach and aqua.
It's so sad that Felice is not here.
Well,
She'd be like, "Ah," get the big
Yeah.
sparkly
My
eyes.
plan.
That's like dangerous.
Yeah.
Everything. I want
true.
everything.
But it's a lot of like various sort of knives, spears, things that look like they would be useful underwater and such. There also does seem to be a hand crossbow that is equally made and crafted from both bone and coral. Nothing at all like what There's also it looks to be like a breastplate of sorts. That is it looks very much like something from an underwater realm. Of its engravings and decorations all have motifs of sort of like seaweed and coral elements to it, but it's actually looks like it's made of overlapping bits of coral that's just all shaped in sort of a breastplate.
Very impressive craftsmanship.
Have an eye for quality. What is it that you seek?
Oh. What do you have that's the most unique?
The most unique? Kind of like all of my weapons are made from materials that you will not find even here in the domain of the Lady of. In fact, I do not believe you'll find much of its type. So they, in a way, are all unique.
Sure. Is there anything you've ever worked with that was unique to you?
How you?
Are you
I
what?
didn't get that full question.
How you mean? Unique to me.
Well, these all seem like a similar materials, and was there any sort of material you've come across that you haven't worked with before? Maybe in a piece you've made in the past. Or it's anything you've heard of.
I use the materials that are available to me where I come from. Where I come from, there is often stone of the sea.
You're cutting out again.
There's often bone and stone of the sea. Occasionally, scraps from folk who stray too far from waters of their own home. But those are rare.
Rare certainly have greater value, would it not?
It would indeed. But I have not done any such things.
If everyone had them, they wouldn't be rare.
You speak true. But you speak much like the other folk here. In riddles and whispers. If there is something that you wish to know, then you can speak plain.
An insight check. It's like, how trustworthy does this guy seem?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not bad. Dirty 20.
You get the sense that he may not have as much patience for the frippery and frivolity of a lot of the folk here.
Okay.
He seems very matter of fact.
I'll give him a smile like, We can agree on that. I'm looking for a certain type of material. One that
Many
is
unique things in places other than the material plane.
yes, that is true. That's because it's not from the material plane. I'm gonna use minor illusion to create a sample of the type of metal
Okay.
instead of revealing the blade itself.
Sure. So you basically, it's like you're just showing like the sample. Yeah, no, sample of the metal.
Yeah.
So you do the illusion, and he leans in close, and he looks at it. He kind of like blinks his eyes a little bit. That is indeed quite a strange material. It is. It almost hurts to look at. It's unusual. Gives me an unsettled feeling.
Well, it comes from an unsettling place.
There are many such places in the Feywild, but this is not a metal from here.
No.
This is what you seek.
It is. I've tried looking in various places.
I have not encountered anything like this in my travels.
No,
But
no rumors.
if you seek information, you may wish to speak with someone who is more, how you say, local. I come only to trade wares and stories, and sometimes secrets. But I am not from this domain. Quite far away. And he kind of like looks over your shoulder for a second, and then like whistles, and there's you can see Auntie May. She was like slowly coaxing one of the hippocampi to sort of like drift over to her by offering like different things, and it like one of them must have caught the hippocampi's attention, and it was sort of like slowly like sniffing. But as the Triton whistles, it kind of like whips its head around, kind of swims over, and just settles by him. And he kind of like glares a little bit at Auntie May and puts his hand on the flank of the hippo. And she just sort of smiles and waves, and like goes to collect all the various things that she hit.
Anyone in particular?
Say that again?
Basically, just asking him. Anyone in particular?
I would not. And he sort of like looks over his shoulder with just the slightest hint of disdain at the satyrs that are just rocking out, having a good time. But he nods, kind of gestures a little bit, very imperceptibly, but enough so that you can notice.
Mhm.
But take care with that one.
I had a feeling.
Hinting at Auntie May. Though those who have lived long often collect stories and bits and pieces of information. She may know. Otherwise, you would wish to speak to those others who might have long memory.
Well, thank you. You've certainly been helpful to steer us in the right direction.
Is there? And he sort of looks down at his things. Something here that you are interested in? And then I don't know if anyone walked up with Aiden or if Aiden was just kind of by himself.
I feel like Leah probably would have. Just
I think
Yeah.
we're probably in
Yeah.
a cluster.
Yeah,
Okay,
keeping
so
him
you-
nearby
letting
in
him
there.
wander off by himself here.
Yeah, just
Okay.
watching
So
the
you all
wares
did
and stuff.
move. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that case,
We just were
he's-
letting him
he-
do the talking.
Right.
Mhm.
He kind of looks over all of you. And as Aiden's having this conversation, the rest of you kind of like intently watching. Those of you who understand Elvish, you're kind of following along. You're looking at Auntie May, having an unsuccessful attempt to coax the hippocampus. But what I would say is I'm going to need Keegan, Leah, Elias, Wuria, and Pernell
Mhm.
to all make wisdom saving throws for me.
Mhm.
With
Okay.
the +4 because
I don't
we're all
like
in
it.
Likely you're all standing close to
It's enough to
Leah.
Leah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay.
So I basically have a +14 to my wisdom save now.
Question: is this a magical effect?
This is absolutely a magical
yeah.
effect.
Then I know I have advantage. I have to remember. I want to say it's an aura.
Nat 20.
That's a
Yes, within 10 feet. So everybody has +4 and advantage.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh.
let's make sure.
well, I'll reroll then.
Oh, no.
Paladin things,
Uh,
man.
Stay
So
close
that
to
is
Leah.
18.
Yep.
A 16 plus the 4, or no, not 16, 26.
You said wisdom.
So 30.
Yes.
29.
Nice.
Okay. The saber
Yeah.
song is catchy. And
Don't even try.
you get the general sense that on people who might be easily swayed, it might have a greater influence. But other than it just being kind of catchy, none of you are otherwise undue affected during Aiden's conversation with the Triton.
Whew.
But Velis and Aiden, both
Oh,
having
yes.
Fey ancestry, are immune.
Yeah.
Okay. The Triton looks at the rest of you.
If it's
What
a
up?
charm, we're not immune. It's just
You just have an
advantage.
advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
the
you're
DM
immune.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I see what they're doing.
Okay.
This isn't a charm. This is
Yeah.
Okay.
something quite different.
Face shit.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
It's
Fey
face
shit.
shit.
The Triton is sort of looking at the rest of you.
Don't
somewhat
argue with
hopefully.
the DM when he says you're immune.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to be
Yeah.
fair.
I've altered the terms of our agreement. Pray, I cannot alter the terms. Would anyone else like to take the Triton up on his offer of trade?
I mean, what all? So
yeah,
he
so yeah,
had-
what does he have?
So he
I
has.
was trying to track it.
So there is a spear.
Mhm.
There is a handful of daggers. They all look similar. There is a hand crossbow. And there is a breastplate. And you can you cannot, because Wuria doesn't see magic anymore.
No, she actually has to cast the spell.
Yeah, I don't think I have that particular.
I mean, I have the spell.
I mean,
could.
yeah.
You
I
are
can-
Yeah, good too.
I can probably-
if you were to ask.
infer that it is.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they are indeed magic.
Magic as
Um,
fuck.
Okay, so the
Magically.
breastplate is basically it is a breastplate, but it is a mariner's whatever. So it lets you breathe underwater and grants you a swim speed.
Oh, that's like Felice did have that, I think. She had, or maybe not a breastplate, but she had like
Mariner's.
armor.
Mariner's armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's considered a breastplate in terms of like proficiency and all the other stuff, and it is made from coral and things like that.
That's so cool.
The pair of daggers are basically they are made from teeth of a. He says that they're not actually teeth, but they come as a matched set. and they are made from the beak of a kraken.
Oh,
What?
that's kind of cool.
Kraken
That
daggers?
is very cool.
Yes. And they are made from what looks to be some sort of organic substance that had been worked and honed and whatnot. And they have and they basically have like their bone handles and then blades of some sort of chitinous material.
That's really cool.
Yeah, but they are. Let me double check. That was not search engine.
So D&D Beyond, everybody.
Thing. Oh, right. So they are considered magic weapons. So like +1 magic daggers. And in addition to normal damage, they also each deal 1d6 points of lightning damage.
Oh, I want that.
Oh!
This one's the thing.
Oh no!
I can't.
Oh no! What do I have?
Eel folk daggers.
Oh no!
I
What
mean,
do
you
I
also
have?
you also have anything in the party inventory, presumably. I feel like we would let you trade most things.
I
And
mean, I have.
then the spear is just a magic spear. But all these weapons, and the crossbow is, again, it's just sort of a magic crossbow. But none of these weapons, when wielded underwater, they whatever that property is, I don't know if it's, I might have to make up a property, but specifically, they are not affected by normal being underwater effects.
So basically, you wouldn't have disadvantage.
Yeah, you wouldn't have disadvantage, and they can go their full range.
Would it be okay to offer the armor for the daggers, that armor of resistance to force damage, since nobody's using it?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's chainmail. I don't feel like any of us really want to wear chainmail.
I've got a good set of
Forces
I've got that elven chain
That
right
would be
now,
better
yeah.
than my dagger of venom, honestly.
Well, and give you more options too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can choose.
Yeah, so
like
you could, I mean, you can take them as a pair, or you could just take one. But they would.
You could take one.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's, I mean, they're not like, it's not like it's a matched set. It was mostly just like, out of all of the material, he was able to make two daggers, and they both have the same properties.
I don't have anything good in my inventory, like personally.
I feel like no one would object. to
no
the
one's
armor.
gonna object to the armor.
None of us are using it. It's a good trade for Velis.
Okay, I'm gonna offer that then.
Okay. So you pull out this suit of basically this whole set of chainmail, and you kind of offer it up. And he like looks it over and what is this that you offer in trade?
Well,
we're not hearing you at all, Kia, if you're saying things.
Yeah.
Oh no, Kia. It helps against magic. If someone tries to hit you with magic, it helps protect against it.
Could summon my spiritual weapon and give a demonstration.
Spiritual weapon, force damage?
It's force damage.
Okay. If you wanted to. Sure.
I mean, you can also just Eldritch
blasting.
Eldritch blast.
That is also force damage.
Is it resistance or immunity to force damage?
Resistance, I think. Let me double check in the book, but
Wiria, why don't you hit it with a couple of glitter beams? Show him what it can do.
Yeah, resistance is what the notes say. Yeah, so Wiria casts Eldritch Blast.
All right. You cast Eldritch Blast, blasting the thing. Now, ordinarily it would have really smacked it. But it very much absorbs most of it without seeming ill effect. And after you summon the bright sparkly blast, you can hear sort of like just beyond some laughter and like some clapping. It sounds like some of the revelers may have enjoyed the light show and like, ooh, pretty.
Whereas magic is nothing if not a pretty show.
And the Triton is sort of like nodding his head. This is a material that is strange to me. We do not often have the metals from where you're from. And he sort of like holds it up a little bit, and like, chainmail makes a very distinctive jingly sound. This is good trade.
We don't get much of what you've got, so I think it's works out for me.
Yes, this is good trade.
Is he taking one or both?
Yeah.
He's taking one.
Yeah.
Thing for thing. If you want both, then you must offer something else.
I'm fine with one. Thank you. That's really cool.
And if you have...
Mona.
If anyone asks you where you got this fine dagger of such amazing craftsmanship, tell them that Sergi of the Green Coral tribe has made it for you.
I'll remember that. Thank you.
Chat. And apparently, in my universe, Tritons are Russian.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
There are worse things for Tritons to be.
Farewell to Russia.
Torn.
Or at least the green.
In
At
the
least the green
Feywild,
coral tide.
plants
Dragons.
eat you.
Yeah.
Well.
If you seek information about something that has been here for a long time, then you must speak with someone who has been here for a very long time. You can take your chances with Auntie May, and you can take your chances with the lady.
Oh yeah.
I mean, those sound about like equal mist bags of fuckery, but
You are not wrong.
So you said the spear is basically just a magic.
It's a magic spear. Yeah,
Magic
that
spear.
is not affected by normal game effects of being underwater.
Water. Okay.
oh no, I forgot about those.
You definitely do have that.
I was wondering about
Oh, the
this.
shroom
I
cookies.
was like, where did those go?
All right, we got shroom cookies.
for the spear. Too funny.
Dude, I'm just like, try it, because if they are what they are, like, you
Yeah, I don't know.
drugs
They're
for
not in.
it?
They're not in the
Offer him
party
shroom cookies
inventory.
for
I know,
spear.
but
I don't
I'm
think we
pretty
ever
sure we
put
didn't
them
eat
in
them.
inventory. We
Yeah.
did
We
take
did
some,
not
but I
eat
don't
them.
think we
We
ever
took
put
them,
them
but I
in
don't think-
inventory.
And I'm pretty sure we did not eat them.
No, I think nobody's been taking
No.
the shroom cookies.
Special cookies.
Special Fearbog shroom cookies.
So someone needs to go back and look in notes to
Does
see what they
Tegan want the
were.
spear? Is that what?
Huh?
I don't have anything to give because he has
I
very
mean,
few
we have cookies.
magical objects. So, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't think he'll take the cookies for the spear.
You don't know
I
it
mean, you
until you
never
try
know.
it.
We could try.
Here's some very obscure cookies. We
Just
don't
have
They're
Wiria
very
do it.
special cookies.
Have Wiria try.
I mean, I was gonna say Leah could
We're-
try to offer. I mean, Weir is a little better at persuasion, but I'm like,
But
I mean,
Wiria
Leah
doesn't
goes-
speak Elvish, with this guy is clearly more comfortable.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Wiria's
One of these
not
days,
really
Wiria will
doing
make
anything,
another
'cause-
person.
So-
But you can
so
understand.
Felice-
Anyone can
Felice
understand you,
speaks
Wiria.
Elvish. Felice
yes.
speaks Elvish. There's that, yeah.
He's not here.
I
Oh, no,
figure I should
Felice.
save that
Wow,
for like
Leah.
actually important situations.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Leah speaks Elvish, so I mean, Leah could try and just say, so,
Do you like
if
cookies?
you are interested in another item,
Want some edibles.
it is not necessarily something with much resale value, but I do have unique confections, pastries that are from my Fearbolg's home out in the Washut.
Flashing back to
Yeah, explaining the cookies.
I have pot cookies.
But such delicacies are not for me. I much prefer that which comes from the sea. But if you
Too bad
would
they're
like
not fish
to
cookies.
buy those such wares, I'm sure that you will find many who would delight in trying it. And I'm sure
Maybe
that
Grandma will like her cookies.
Oh, that's true. That
Sea
is true.
mushroom.
or if they are indeed edible confections, as such you are describing.
Edible confection.
Yeah.
Or it- maybe-
They have. I believe they have. I'm correct, and he put some magical effect in them. I don't
Yeah,
they
think
were
know
magic
what,
cookies.
but they
were
are
magic
But
cookies.
it does something.
Seaweed!
We have lost all control over seaweed.
Fucking
Card.
seaweed!
I like that, and I'm going to give Kia inspiration.
Yeah!
Because if you manage to procure seaweed, you could perhaps barter with it. Mushroom biscuits are
Where
not
is
gonna work.
Seaweed
My
when
new
we
goal in
needed
life.
her?
If I don't read anything else, I'm going to go find some seaweed.
Wow. I would also love to see a merfolk trip out like that, Master Twig.
Or it's the urban.
Anyway.
Anyway,
He may be more interested in your things from the forest.
We shall look him up then potentially.
Oh, he is just over there.
Oh.
He points to the centaur. His
Oh.
name is Horus. Do not call him Horus.
What
name is
does
Horus.
he?
Do not call him horse.
He will be very angry.
Horus.
Not.
not horse.
No.
Not
His name is Horus.
Horace.
Yes.
It
Not Horus.
does sound kind of the same with your accent.
I love it.
Well,
What did those cookies even do?
I don't
some
know.
kind of
I'm
cleaning
not
or something,
sure.
or like an
Right here,
antitoxin or
right in
something.
front of him.
And they are his specialty, so they do something.
I kind of
will-
want to eat one.
I was
Don't eat
like,
one.
I'm to like Hegan and be like, I will pay you 10 gold. to
Don't
eat
eat
one
one.
now."
Perhaps
We're
later.
suggesting not eating one while we're like in weird Feywild.
The Feywild is a trip and a half enough.
Sounds like a really bad idea.
All right, so it is not
it
in
ever
the
Does that mean
chat.
it's a good idea?
Yeah.
It's
Make it
not
2 full
in
trips.
the Discord chat, but we do have apparently me saying fantasy drug cookies in the card channel.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got cookies, and we definitely have not eaten
Yeah.
them. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
don't remember what they were, and
no
they did not
idea.
get added.
I'll look
We all
back
kind
in
of
the
forgot
thing
about them
next
until
time,
right
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
I remembered them the other day, and I was like, what happened to those?
I'll
Someone
remember
who
what they
takes
did
good
eventually.
notes should look back
I'll
through
look
their
back in
notes
the
when they get a
video.
chance to figure out what the heck cookies
I
we
don't-
had.
I will
Did I
look.
write it down?
I may have written it down
I
because
don't
wasn't
think I
home.
wrote it down, but I will look.
I don't.
I sometimes
Did we
take
have to
good
actually
notes.
get told what they did?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
we did.
looking.
we did.
To an extent.
I just have that he made ointment and cookies.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't think he
remember
ever
being told
told
what
us
they
what
do.
they did.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
you
You'll
might
just
get
have
that.
to try one and find out.
That
Oh,
might
shit.
be why we don't have them in the inventory.
That's
we don't
true.
Know,
We don't know what
I
they...
know.
I desperately want to eat one.
Yeah.
Not in the Feywild, please.
I did
Go for
not
it.
write anything down.
All I had is that
About-
he asked us to keep an eye out for any interesting plants, herbs, or shrooms, or magical animal remains, and bring
So
them back for
seaweed.
Gardener.
I
Okay.
wrote
Seaweed.
nothing down when we
will
were
bring
in
back seaweed.
home the last time.
It's fine.
My notes jumped from Taliana to Guardian.
We'll figure it out eventually.
Well, we got the cookies. I thought before Teliana.
No, we got the cookies on the second on the return.
Oh,
We got the
okay.
cookies on the return.
Then maybe
Because we got the
keep
key,
looking
we
at
got
that.
the ointment, all the ointment, like the ton of ointment and stuff on the first trip. But then he was out of most of that because we took all of it. So
Thank you, do.
he made us cookies.
It was after you'd returned from.
that's when I started not taking
no.
these good notes.
Nope, my notes jump straight from Teliana to.
Yep. I have notes about the
Guarden.
definition of ceramorphosis and then Guarden.
Yeah, that's exactly what mine look like.
Mine are fairly sporadic. I have a number of sessions that are not. I
It's
don't
fine.
even have notes.
I had
We'll look
much
it up
better
later.
notes for a while, and then I really
fine, we'll
just
figure
got
it
lazy.
out.
So we'll get
A little
back.
bit more.
So
But
to-
anyway,
But as I was going to say,
Mhm.
Elias and Wuria, you both noticed that Auntie May has taken a very keen interest in your party and has now stood up and is now standing on the banks. And you can see she's short. She's probably not much taller than Wuria.
okay.
Okay.
And she is just kind of like standing there amiably, kind of got her hands behind her back. She might be whistling a little bit, but she's watching your group intently, very likely listening as keenly as she can as to what it is that you're up to. She seems very curious.
Given that we've encountered that Weary has encountered multiple hags,
Yeah,
does she
I was
give
gonna
off
say
the same
strange
thing. Do I
hag
get a
vibes?
Hag vibe.
Hag vibe.
Physicality, she is not
She's
similar to the hags that you have encountered before. Oh no, Wi-Fi just
Oh
went
no,
out.
Kia.
I'll have to make the dagger. In
Okay.
fact, actually, I think there's something else that I gave you guys that I also have to make.
My other
Indeed.
dagger.
Oh, I'm just making daggers left and right.
All the Bellis daggers.
So many
other
daggers.
Dagger.
Dagger,
Alright.
dagger. I actually have dagger now. Holy shit!
You'll have to remind me of what that does. I don't remember. Sorry.
I
Be
wrote
right
it down.
back. I'm gonna grab
Okay.
a sweater.
Okay. Wait, grab a sweater.
Air conditioning is
crazy.
cold. I have a hoodie on the back of my chair that I just took off.
I
but
mean,
that'll
I'm
probably go back on.
in a hoodie because I keep my AC up because
Yeah.
I'd rather be cold than hot. Because I can always put a sweatshirt on. I can't
Yep.
take more clothing off.
I mean, we
Stop
could,
making
but I
Brendan
wouldn't
suffer.
recommend it right now.
Oh no,
It's
yeah, no.
currently 98 degrees.
Yeah, no.
Ugh.
Huh.
It's been
Yeah,
raining
no,
for
Brendan,
the past
Brendan's in a
couple
boy
days.
band
when
right
I
now.
was in Michigan, I had no AC, and when I spent the summer there, it got really hot. Sometimes
Yeah.
miserable. So I feel
No, I mean it's not normally this
as someone who has lived in
humid.
Florida,
so, yeah.
DC,
Eh.
Santa Fe, New Mexico, like I know
have the
hot,
opposite.
and that
I am
summer was hot.
I am currently whining about conditions that are not nearly as bad as a lot of other people.
Oh, of course, but that doesn't mean they're not wine worthy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Um,
not. It's not a contest.
Anywho,
Okay.
Horace or
Right.
the
Yes.
Auntie
I will
May.
be right
Vibe-
back, actually.
Hag vibes.
Hag vibes.
I will be right
Yeah.
back. I need a quick
Sure.
break.
Egan doesn't necessarily notice anything of unusual about her. She is what she appears to be, which is an older woman who is also very short. She does appear halfling
Okay.
in proportion
Stop it.
and physicality. But
I don't have it.
But we don't know if she's actually half.
She's
I don't know if
actually
she's actually
halfling.
half.
Maria might try speaking halfling when they get over there just to find out.
Mhm.
Just also,
What are you
I'm gonna need
doing?
basically not Aiden, not Velis to make another wisdom saving.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with all of your bonuses, it's likely not gonna hit you, but
Mhm.
Not as good.
16.
Do we still have advantage?
if you're
We're
standing
still-
next to Leah, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Well,
good.
still kind of-
Yeah, we're all sort of clustered. We haven't like wandered off anywhere, so I assume we're all.
So that would be 14. So
You say that.
28.
Maybe Aiden's wandered off. I don't know.
Maybe.
Give it time.
All right.
Yeah.
What about Pernell?
14.
No.
No.
Aaron?
What are we-
Pernell?
Aaron?
Wisdom saving throw.
Sorry, I
Okay,
was muted.
sorry.
14.
Okay. And we're gonna need one from Hegan.
16.
Okay. So as Velis is excitedly pocketing his new shocky stabby, boredom seems to have set in for a number of you. And it's were you like Manti May seem to be paying attention, but you just don't quite seem to care much about that anymore. Now you just really feel the need to express yourself physically. And it's really good that you step down off of Phyla, because now you can dance. And I don't need anything, but Pernell, Keegan, and Wuria have all found themselves absorbed and are now dancing and making your way across actually that small bridge. And the satyrs will obligingly shift out of the way for you. So that you can join the large group of other people who are dancing and singing and other things.
We dancing and singing now? What?
Wuria's not particularly bothered by dancing and singing. She's okay with this plan.
Are we going over to
a little odd
Nancy Mayflowers? Is that what's happening?
No.
Oh no, up here.
Leah, can you make a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a magical effect? Question.
It is a magical effect.
Okay.
It's the same one.
Oh wait, we had advantage, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
I rolled single.
I didn't roll with advantage.
One less than last
That's
time,
okay.
so
It's the same anyway.
28.
17 instead of 16.
Yeah, you're still whammied.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whammied.
Oh no.
So Wuria, Pernell, and Hegan have all they've got the bug, and they've just gotta dance.
Just gotta go, just gotta dance.
No. I've got cabin fever.
Yeah, they're making like Kevin Bacon and
Footloose.
And they're fancy free and footloose. And so they are now all gathered among a number of the other revelers there.
I was just like up here.
Dancing.
Probably do something about that.
I would say that Wuria, very likely you would probably bust out your own instrument and join in.
Yeah, I was gonna say Wuria's probably playing.
I don't have mine yet, so.
Yeah. And like as soon as you pull out your instrument, all of the satyrs are immediately overjoyed. There is a violinist or fiddler, really. One is playing a set of pipes, and the other has a number of they're like drums that are hanging off of him. So he's got two that he's beating with regularity. And when you pull out your instrument, I don't know, what is it that you're pulling out?
If there's already someone doing a set of pipes, probably her a lyre.
Okay, so you pull that out and you immediately jump in with them. Can you please roll me a charisma performance check?
Absolutely.
Hey.
I'm good at those. I'm not good at
Get
wisdom saves, but I'm pretty good at those.
Get it, where are you?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that is a 32.
Counter charm the satyrs.
Wow.
I rolled a 17
them
and
off
she
the
has
stage.
a +2 to
So
performance.
they're playing.
Boo satyrs come off the stage.
And you are, there's a compulsion to play with them. And as they see you play, they're excited and they start picking up the pace. And they start playing faster. And you feel as well a similar compulsion to play faster. And they start playing these very complicated runs, and it's very quickly apparent to everyone within the vicinity that something is beginning to happen. And so Hegan and Pernell, you're still dancing up a storm.
Like river dance at this point. It's just happening.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and make a constitution.
Oh my gosh.
Oh shit.
Pernell and Hegan, please.
Okay.
Oh dear.
It's okay. It's the fighters. It's fine.
As the intensity begins to build.
How adept of a dancer is Hegan?
I don't know. We'll have to make it.
Apparently well, because he got a 21.
Okay. What about
24.
Okay, yeah. You're not even breaking a sweat at this point, but let us see exactly how
Oh boy.
of a dancer you are. Can you make a dexterity performance check.
Oh shit!
Just doing the Commander Shepherd, just
I'm okay.
intensely.
Dexterity's
No,
okay
performance,
though.
It's just a dexterity check.
Just a dexterity check. Okay.
20.
Okay.
30, 20.
15.
All right. So Purnell does have a little bit of the Commander Shepherd going on.
She only learned certain dances. They're not this kind.
Because it is quite a thing, quite a show. The rest of everyone else have basically just stopped, and they're just kind of like watching and clapping along. And there's a moment where the three satyrs are beginning to pick up their pace and play, and you can definitely get there's this beginning, this back and forth between them where they play a melody and a set of notes, and Warrior responds, and it becomes this call and response. But after a few volleys, Warrior begins to pick up her pace, and it's very much like Johnny and the Fiddle.
Ooh, yes.
Where
Kind of charm the fuck out of those satyrs.
the satyrs played, and they played well.
But not well enough.
Uria begins to pluck her fingers across her lyre at such a speed that it almost becomes imperceptible to hear the beginnings of one note and the endings of another.
Oh shit. The
satyrs all begin to stop. And they just stare open-mouthed as Uria
furiously plays a lyre.
Furiously plays. And at this point, Uria, the enchantment of their music has diminished. And so Hegan and Purnell, both of you stop dancing. If you choose to. If you want, you can. But
just ponder that, just realizing.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah, giving Hegan a look.
And Purnell basically just rocks their faces off.
No, Weria does. Nope.
And when you finally finish with this amazing flourish, there is a cheer. And you can see the entire group has stopped what they were doing to watch you.
Wow.
And there is just like there's hollering and there's clapping and almost just after a few moments just silence. And the satyrs, you can tell, they're both odd as well as horribly embarrassed.
Oh.
And also there's a mix of like both respect and anger and embarrassment kind of all in one. And then as like the stillness begins to fall again, there's just sort of this single sound, a pair of hands clapping.
Oh dear.
Oh, no. Whose attention have you caught?
I don't know.
Probably
looking in that direction quickly.
And you can all turn and you all see reflected in the mirror is a figure.
Oh great.
Oh boy.
That's what I wanted.
Something.
You can see that it is a sort of a view onto some sort of, it looks maybe like a veranda, sort of in this warm golden morning light. And there's this figure sort of reclined on like a chaise lap. And you can see her standing up, clapping slowly. She is tall. She is probably 9 or 10 feet tall. Her yeah, this she towers over Warrior. And you can see her figure is lively enough word. She is wearing sort of like this bright emerald green gown that is almost looks like it actually might be made from emerald gemstone in the way that it collects and refracts light, and it's just ever so slightly translucent. her physicality is you can see as a fae that represents the bounty of spring, of rebirth, and of growth. She represents that just as readily. Her physical features, her facial features are different, though. They're not very much elven or anything like that, but rather there's almost a furbolg type countenance to her face, and she has these thick ram horns growing up, and just sort of like a thick, deep, dark, iridian green mane that extends, and you can almost see this if there's like kind of like how when some people do art of caduceus. Some of it's a little bit fur, some of it's a little bit skin. She looks more furbolg than elven, but very much only in passing resemblance.
I was like, because furbolg don't have horns either. So
Right, yeah.
And the horns are a matching deep green, almost so green that they're black. And she's kind
like,
of
is this the Wild Mother incarnate?
No.
No, I know, but I'm just like,
but this is someone who is very much spring incarnate, and she claps and she approaches this mirror of sorts, and the perspective of her shifts from that sort of full, tall, like body view to kind of like a head and shoulders, and because the mirror is a good 8 feet tall, the perspective is similar to where now she is kind of like zooming into the scene, but still behind this mirror. And as she like looks over everyone, it is all very hushed, and a number of them have knelt. Not everybody. The satyrs, the centaur, most of the Eladrin-looking types, but Sergei, as well as Auntie May, are both still on their feet. Almost everybody else that you can see has knelt. The guards themselves aren't even, they're just still standing, still stone-faced.
Buckingham Palace guards.
Very Buckingham Palace guard. Nothing seems to have phased. And she has a slight hint of a smile.
Waria, who was going to bow to the centaurs, turns and instead bows towards this lady in the mirror because that seems important right now.
Appropriate.
Yeah.
She smiles, nods her head, and at that, everyone begins standing up again, and it's quiet. You still hear the sounds of wind rustling through the trees, the murmur of the water, and occasionally the buzzing of insects or the chirping of birds and such. But everyone else has gone quiet. It seems as if your performance has put that of some others to shame.
My lady, I was merely inspired by their performance to perform better.
That is generous. Perhaps they could take some inspiration from you as well. She kind of like looks over at them. You get the sense that there's, based on everyone's reaction, that you doing what you did may have somehow gotten them gotten them into some kind of trouble.
Yeah, no, we're
chastened and quiet. And she kind of like looks over at them. It seems as if your skills are no longer required. Pan, Van, Dan, please. You can all go home now. And they sort of like look at one another and sort of nod and very somberly step down and begin with like trudging away, like very dejected.
I hope she's hiring someone else because we're not staying.
I know Leah's just like, I hope
Warrior.
she's not intending on keeping Maria.
No, there's Waria's not.
Yeah.
She's doing her best, perfectly calm face, but internally not perfectly calm.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Do I need to be rude to this one too? Go,
Just
oh,
Akira, thank you
the
so much for the
menagerie
follow.
comes. Piss off rulers.
Piss off everybody. As no doubt have surmised, the Grove has come home to my court. My queen's court. She very quickly corrects herself. I am blessed to have the Grove and its visitors in my domain. Your performance is delightful. It was full of life, full of joy, and it has shown me that perhaps there is a higher standard of skill and musicianship that my domain is worthy of, if one so skilled as you has called. She kind of like looks over the rest of you. Blooming Grove and my domain welcome those who would come seek and provide such joyous experiences.
They do, but we won't be staying.
It is an honor, my lady. This is out of character, me thinking of what Waria would say, not Waria pausing for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
This is definitely a Waria is more charismatic than I am problem. My lady, it is an honor. I hope to bring joyous experiences wherever I go on my journeys.
Then I am grateful that your journey has brought you here. She sort of nods her head again. Like to stay but a while longer to continue to bring your beautiful music.
Well, it is an honor. My friends and I are on an important journey, both to aid ourselves and aid others. So staying for more than a short time is unfortunately impossible.
Stand. And I am grateful that you are so willing to stay with us for a short time.
No time. Nope.
Short time.
As in by.
As in
Short time as in like
short time
for a mortal.
Short time, yes. Short time for me, I recognize that for many in your realm, what seems short to you is very long to me.
She's sort of like boredly. Time,
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Yeah.
basic.
So, I am afraid that we must be moving on quite quickly, even in the mortal sense.
It is no simple thing. Come so close to the Feywild. It can be uniquely inhospitable to mortals. Those who you wish to aid are quite lucky that you would put yourselves at such risk. All. He kind of like looks at Keegan and equipped. Merriment that they may find.
As I am lucky to have them by my side.
There is a blur of motion. It's one of those quick races in.
You cut out again. You don't...
The messengers, I assume? You
That's
said
a
quick messengers?
quickling.
There is a quickling that races
quickling.
in
Okay.
and a blur of motion. And he stops. Kind of at the bottom of the steps in front of the guards and in front of the mirror. And it looks like he's about to open his mouth to speak when he stops and he looks around and then he stops and he kind of goes down on one knee. And she's been speaking in common the whole time, by the way. And she pauses and looks down at him, acknowledges him. And he gets up and slowly, kind of popping up step by step, approaches the mirror. You're probably too far away, Leah, to understand what he says, because he's speaking softly and very quickly and in Sylvan. And then he bows again and then zips away. And Saoirse looks over the group. Her demeanor has shifted somewhat. Her lips are pursed.
Kind of keeping an eye out in case anything is trying to flank or get behind us.
Yeah, Elias is also definitely.
I've been
keeping
kind of
an eye-
watching
ready
the
to
back the
throw down.
entire time.
Like,
Go ahead and make perception checks.
Furia, being the focus of this discussion, is very focused on this discussion.
I shouldn't have switched dice.
Oh,
11.
14.
You don't.
21.
Everyone's attention seems to be riveted on her. But Elias, you do notice that the path that you had taken to come into the grove is not there anymore.
Not there. Okay. Tight.
Oh, good.
All right.
I wonder if it moved while we were in it. Crap.
Do I see anything, just like a quick scan that looks like it might be an exit?
Um,
Noticing that our exit is
The thick foliage, I mean, like, if anything, it would either be up or under the water. Everything else seems to have been closed in as foliage closes in.
Okay.
So the plants have moved, basically.
Or there was never an entrance there. It's hard to tell.
I mean, this is close to the Feywild. It could just be how it works.
Yeah. I'll just kind of lean over to Velas and just be like, we lost our exit. Just
Fuck. All right.
Should have seen that coming.
There are few ways to enter my domain. You don't enter it from the Blooming Grove. And I have those at my door who may wish me harm. And so I have entrusted those doorways, guardians, to ensure that the, and this is when she switches to the Sylvan word that essentially means one poser try hard. Infest my forest like they have infested there. Claim some kinship with some hero from long ago, but they're as ravenous and greedy as most other mortals.
We know what that is, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the
yeah,
that's
those
the
are the
Gordon
Gordon elves. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Mhm,
I
mhm.
was like, I'm
It
not
took me a
following
second to be
this
like,
at
oh
all.
right, yeah, Gordier.
The bridge wasn't named after the troll. The bridge was named after the elves.
Okay, I mean, we knew the bridge was somebody else's domain or whatever they called it, is what they said.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
Those who enter pay. Those who choose not to pay instead
Looks at Aiden.
Immediately looks
challenge
over to Aiden. Yeah.
the guardian.
All of Aiden.
We're trying very hard not to look over at Aiden. Specifically.
She looks at Aiden.
I am afraid that my friends truth is a bit complicated.
not our fault. You didn't like the truth.
But
you may have bypassed the guardian, but you did not defeat him.
No.
And he called for challenge. And at that, there is a murmuring.
So what was that about getting in trouble for not playing by the rules?
Yeah.
However, he is per his accounting of the encounter. I would hear yours, that I may judge appropriate settlement disagreement.
Where he
kind of
now
look directly at
fully
Aiden.
looks at Aiden.
Yeah.
He's no longer not looking at Aiden. It's like, Aiden, you
Mhm.
gotta answer this one.
Well, your guardian, as it were, asked for the truth. And I did not speak a lie to him.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
I would also point out the fact that I did no physical harm to him.
That is the crux of the dilemma. For you did not defeat him, nor did he defeat you.
It's not my intent to kill a guardian of this land, because I feel that would put me much worse.
There are sometimes things worse. There are things about this world that are immune. But being as he is indisposed at the moment, sort of like there's a slight curl in her lip a little bit.
Has it not
His
been an
brother.
hour?
Oh, it's been long.
Okay. Yeah. That's worrisome.
His brother has issued the challenge on his behalf.
I'm gonna step up and just kind of say, I would say that he did give the truth that he was going to cross the bridge, and he did cross the bridge. So is that not meeting?
Speaking the truth is not telling one's truth.
Jerusha, you're muted. Oh wait, I can't hear anyone.
Where
Did one's truth only be told in words?
Yeah,
Words have
Yeah.
power.
they do say actions speak louder than words.
Not among Fae, they don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
A challenge has been issued. And I deem that challenge valid. But I respect your wish to do no harm. To indeed feel the sanctity of life is precious.
Well, as with
Looks
all
across.
things, there's an appropriate time for such actions.
A challenge has been issued and it must be answered. Say you.
If that is the only course of action for me.
I will honor your wish to preserve life. And she stands up. See, it's she doesn't move so much as just the perspective moves away from, almost like a camera dollying. And She gestures with her hand, and you can see on the side of the grove, kind of near where you're standing, a lot of the foliage parts. And you can hear sort of now a reverberating thump, 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 something large.
Big boy.
Kind of beginning
Why
to
am I
step.
not surprised that the brother is bigger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hands on the hilts, just like turning white from gripping them so hard.
Oh, good.
And stepping through is a figure looks similar to the Count, but is noticeably taller. The Count at his full height maybe approached 12 or 13 feet. This figure walks with less of a
Hunch?
thank you, and is probably closer to 16 feet.
Ooh, big boy.
Similar ratty clothing, not covering a whole lot, but instead of a white capelet, he has this thick green scarf, similarly ratted, and faded, actually, not so deep green anymore, but very well taken care of, wrapped around his neck. And he kind of stomps in, looks around at Aiden, and points at you. Ooh. I am son of Mahdi, the Baron, and I come to issue you challenge.
What is the challenge?
And at this, Saoirse speaks up. I appreciate your respect for the lives of my subjects. And this will simply be a challenge of honor. To first blood, as the challenged, you, right, choose the manner in which you fight. By blade, or by will.
What do you say to a race?
Her eyebrow shoots up, and there's a murmur. And you can see the Baron, he sort of tilts. She leans in. A race.
Not a physical challenge, but a race to find a certain object.
Giving
Julian's
Aiden such a look at that.
I am curious. Please continue. Tell me more of this certain object.
To my knowledge, somewhere in this domain, there is a piece of an artifact that would not do to remain in such a domain of life and joy. So I propose the challenge is to find it and remove it so that its corruption will not stain this land any longer.
What do you mean when you speak of corruption? Her countenance and her demeanor shifts almost.
What I mean is, it did not come from this land. Therefore, it should not remain in this land. So the one who finds it first and brings it back here should be declared the winner. Any means are fair game.
Those are the rules at which you set this challenge. Looks over to the Baron, and the Baron's like, I know not of this artifact. This is no race. This is no challenge. If that one knows everything.
I don't know everything. Only
But
what the object
sure.
is.
Reply. But you do know of the artifact.
I do.
If this is to be equitable, then we must know what you know. So that
I will again use minor illusion to create an image of the metal of the blade.
she, considering you're standing quite a ways away, beckons you over, or beckons you closer.
Sure. I will advance until such a point. I'll stop at the bottom of the stairs. How about that?
Okay. You stop at the bottom of the stairs. You see her eyes narrow a little bit as she examines what it is that you're holding. You know more of this than what you speak. And she sort of glances over and kind of nods to the Baron, and he kind of stomps over, looms over you a little bit, and like looks really intently at what you're showing him. You have an advantage. You know what it is that you seek. You know properties. You know its influence.
But I still don't know where it is. Only that it's presumably somewhere in this domain. I would say that I hold the advantage in knowledge of the object, while the opposite holds the advantage of knowledge of the terrain.
Make persuasion.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, but they know where they are. We have no idea where we're going.
And the fact that Elias is kind of proud of Aiden attempting to stack the deck in his favor. Like,
I'm gonna use my DM inspiration.
Yes, perfect.
Wow.
Oh, yes. 22. Yep, 22.
Hold on just a second.
Fair for look at insight. Holy shit, Aiden. Holy fucking shit.
Right. She pauses a moment to think.
You're getting
I'll be right
punched
back.
twice.
This is making up for not getting to make a deal with a hag.
The ball's on you.
This went from Wiria being like, "Oh God, this Archfey is gonna keep me here," to "Fuck you, Aiden."
Yep.
Archway's gonna keep him here.
Keegan has no objection.
Go big or go home.
Yeah.
There's that, I suppose.
Holy shit. Wow.
Oh, as soon as they were like, you get to pick the challenge, I'm like, okay,
Oh,
how can I
shit.
spin this?
Like
How
said,
can I turn this up to
Elias is definitely
15?
Low-key proud of Aiden for
Yeah, no, I mean, it's impressive.
Like,
Part about
It's
Aiden
impressive.
is that I don't have
Professional.
proficiency in
Or no.
either persuasion or deception.
Holy
Oh.
shit.
I have
Yours have
intimidation.
Meanwhile, I'm the exact opposite, where Velas has hella wow, words just completely failed me.
Hella persuasion.
Hella bonus to deception and persuasion, and nothing to intimidation.
He too pretty to be intimidated.
Yeah,
I had to pass that
we're-
sentiment along, Master Twig. I had to.
Wiria has a plus 15 to performance and persuasion. It's kind of handy.
Okay.
I got a +4 to
It's like that
persuasion.
impressed, but
Stop.
also
You
want
sound
to.
so proud.
So
I'm actually
angry.
impressed with that.
Yeah,
So-
That's pretty good for Elias.
Yeah, for
No,
Elias.
that's great for Elias.
She thinks a moment. You make a fair point. While you do possess more information about your quarry, this land is unfamiliar to you. Meanwhile, quite familiar to Baron. This alteration of the challenge is to my satisfaction. You can see the Baron tense, but he is not going to
Generosity is appreciated.
as is your cleverness. Time indeed is fluid. And she gestures again. And a large, very ornate looking, it's probably a good 5-6 feet tall, hourglass apparates in the space next to the mirror. And sand begins to fall. When the last grain falls, this race shall commence.
Can I tell it all how long it will take to do that?
Go ahead and make a intelligence check.
Have we established what happens as far as when you win or lose?
9.
Because we might want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that has been established is that the challenge will have been concluded. Basically, that's it. Instead of one of them beating the other one to a pulp,
Mm-hmm.
instead they'll race.
Yeah,
Instead,
I'm
fight
just
the
like,
battle.
what it like. It's serving the purpose of him not fulfilling the trolls thing on the bridge, but I'm like, okay, but like if he loses, just
What happens?
bad things happen. Like,
Yeah, what is the...
that's why I'm just like,
The winner gets this special artifact. The loser, I think those terms were really specified.
so it's just you get to keep it if you find it first.
glaring at Aiden.
Okay.
I said
It's
the one who
kind
comes
of
back with
open
it is
to
the winner of the challenge. Yeah.
And
The
I
winner
mean, Leah's not voicing this. I'm just like, I mean, Leah's like, but
The one who should fail the challenge, as you're sort of quietly like, what happened? Shall be indentured in service to the other.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Oh, looking
Shall
worried.
become their vessel, as is custom.
Yeah, that tracks.
Oh, that sounds like the Fae.
Yeah. Resident.
Hayden, you sure you know what you're getting into?
Good luck. And she fades from view.
Okay.
You're watching the grains go by.
Yeah, 9.
I mean, you're probably anywhere from a half a day to a day.
And that's when it starts?
That's when it commences. And
Okay.
until then...
Information gathering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess. I don't know.
Just kind of vague.
I could use a bio break.
A few moments later, conversation begins picking up. There's a lot of people who are very curious and interested, and are like, kind of like hovering near your group, kind of like looking at you and like, who are you? Who are you? But this would actually probably be a good time to take a break.
Yeah.
Break
yeah.
time for just a minute, but yeah.
Yeah, I take Haku out for a quick walk.
All right, everybody, break time. What?
At least 10 minutes ish.
10 minutes ish. Okay. So we will be back 10:42 ish, and enjoy some spinning well. Thank you all so much for those follows, y'all. You're great, and we will be back soon.
People watch us.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow their lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's...
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Not all modern slang words.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Specifically, this one's called. That one's called. Fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it! I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
Definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, "Fuck, this is a terrible place."
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah, so as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, "Yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again."
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because, I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I
do. I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. 'Cause I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the I have to get. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the
welcome.
main takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for Euelia. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops.
Inflict whoops. As if I made a terrible mistake.
Zafar shouts from his pedestal at the far end. Get a move on! I'm getting bored up here.
Is he talking to us or the slugs?
You guys.
I mean, why isn't he shouting at the slugs then? They're not doing anything.
And they're the ones that really are moving kind of slow right now.
Finish him off already.
So that's a question. When you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage, or just any kind of acid?
Are you just gonna like throw up on him? Stomach acid?
Actually, now that you see it,
Oh,
I wasn't thinking that, but yeah, that would work.
Is a ready supply of acid?
I will give you that does 1 acid damage if you throw up on the slug.
Well, unless anybody.
Then wait, let me get the flame blade ready. Flame blade on, motherfuckers.
Alright. You pop a flame blade in your hands. Bauer, how do you make yourself vomit on the slug?
Oh god.
On the list of things I never thought would happen in a D&D game, my players vomiting on an enemy to kill it. Roll to hit the slug.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of quadrupedal.
Bear stood up. The bear's walking on 2 legs now.
No, it's definitely not bear tracks anymore. It's definitely
it's not bear.
No, they're
changing the shape of his foot.
They're definitely humanoid.
Father Fike was about to have a conniption with freaking Noxus. He's about to be like, "You fucking idiot! It's still a fucking bear."
That's how we couldn't find
It's a tricky bear. It found shoes. It put shoes on. This is where it sat. And put on shoes. And it was a struggle with the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for a trap.
It wore its last traveler's skin.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that was when God carried the bear.
Yeah.
God, for the love of Cord, stop.
Oh my god.
All right, we know that there are 1,000,001 bear puns out there. Let's try.
And I can, you know what, guys, I'm barely holding myself together right now.
Let's turn Persona 4 very quickly.
Oh, God. This is just unbearable.
Yeah, that pun was unbearable.
All right, everybody get them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
All right. Anyway,
We're good.
All right, that's where we're.
What is this other book that you speak of? And she sort of closes the book in Dwarvish, and she kind of sits up a little bit and sits back, sort of in that centered watery area, and with a lot more dexterity than you would expect, actually slips the Dwarvish book into the bag of holding, and then flips open the butter churning milkmaid, flipping through it sort of page by page.
She was very accurate in how she described it.
She was. You're not wrong.
And you can see after a moment she just stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute best to keep a completely straight face.
Yeah.
Waria is keeping a straight face.
Elisa's trying so hard not to laugh.
Velas has high charisma. I think he's good, but it's an effort.
Or not, just not react.
Katana's just.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like. she turns like one page, and she's like reading through it. She kind of
good parts.
Well, she flipped through a bunch of it. She stops, and she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you. And then she looks back to the book.
Oh, we just gave the dragon a bodice buster.
And she looks back to you. I have lived for almost 1,000 years. I have seen the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never experienced anything like this.
Something we don't have in common.
She sort of like leans down, looks at all of you like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people create much of this?
Have you heard of the Great Word Archive of our own?
It is perhaps more common than it should be. But
Yep. Varying degrees of quality, but
as with all things.
It seemed like something that perhaps, as you said, you have not had the opportunity to experience.
She sort of nods her head and slides into the bag of holding with the other book.
I am typing it out, but I'll read it out. So Kraken's Bite, it's a dagger, rare, requires attunement. When you hit with an attack with this magic dagger, the target takes an extra 1d6 points of lightning damage. In addition, while you hold the dagger, you have resistance to lightning damage.
Ooh! That's
When
good shit.
the blade is wet, it sheds bright light in a 15-foot radius and dim light for an additional 15 feet.
That's just cool.
That's so cool!
And then once per day, if you are underwater, you can use a bonus action to cast the freedom of movement.
What the fuck? That's amazing!
But it doesn't require attunement.
That's so good!
It's a really good dagger. Holy shit.
Holy shit. I'm just gonna say I'm fully aware that you're using all these fancy daggers to bait me back into getting melee into melee. It's working. It's absolutely working.
I just like randomly rolled like what kind of piercing weapons are there? Well, I didn't roll, but I was looking at it like, okay, what kind of piercing weapons are there? Crossbows, spears, dagger. Okay, that's what he's got because it all stuff that works underwater.
That's fair. That makes sense.
I would say actually, just let's see. This seems more like a rare thing, so I'm gonna say that he didn't have two daggers.
You only had the one.
He only had the one. Because I don't like the idea of there being another one like this, because then you're like, well, what was the other one he wants? And then I'm gonna have to go like stat up another dagger. I'm not gonna do.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's so good.
Okay. So I'm just gonna add the notes to it, and I'll draft it up. +1.
I need to figure out adding the. I've never added the boon from the Raven Queen into my character sheet, and I have to figure out how to do that so that I can actually remember I have it.
That's probably a good idea. Yeah.
I think I just rolled mine under notes.
Yeah, I cover them under notes, but I don't really look there, so that's the trick.
I just ignore part of my character sheet now.
Yeah.
Basically. Also, Brendan, I did message you with what you told me about the other dagger.
Yeah, I saw that.
I just can't mark it as attuned in D&D Beyond, so I have to remember that it's attuned.
I have to create it first.
Yeah, because I basically made it like a custom item, but I can't make it attunable. Or no, I just made it a +1 dagger with notes on it. That's what I did.
There you go.
So just for reference, you can cast that freedom of movement whenever you want, but it only works if you're underwater.
Okay.
It'd be hilarious.
Cornell's already crazy mobile. You're all crazy mobile. I don't need to give you that much more mobility.
I
if you're underwater.
We're talking about.
I
can't
already
possibly
have
jump.
Zephyr Strike. I would be concerned if you were handing me freedom of movement as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little
Just
bit.
random freedom of movement.
Yeah.
But hey, now we won't get tangled in seaweed.
Yay! Well,
now
Velos
we can
won't.
go get seaweed.
Or at least Velos won't.
Velos can go get seaweed for the Triton.
That has happened. I don't know if you guys remember, but that has happened.
Yeah.
I was the one that got grabbed by the weird seaweed shit.
Yep.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember.
That was me.
Yeah, no, we can send Velos to get the seaweed.
Oh. I mean, if you ask, Sergey might actually have some.
No, I think we wanted to get it to bake into cookies for Sergey.
All right. So, all right. So, Ursha has left. The satyrs have dejectedly left. And
Maria feels a little bad about that.
A number of the fair folk have actually approached Wuria and are
To be fair, not her fault.
asking you
It's their fault. They did this to themselves, literally.
if you could perhaps play just a bit more.
Well, we can't go anywhere until the last grain falls, so I suppose I can play another song.
There's a cheer.
Because it's not like she can go. They're going anywhere anytime soon, so might as well keep the other ones happy.
All right. So we're just going to perform a little bit longer for that.
Yep.
Well, Wiria does that, and like Pernell's just gonna kind of eventually just go beeline straight up to Aiden, grab him by the shoulder, try to spin him around, and probably smack him across the face. What was that?
In case you're curious, we're in Nat 20 this performance.
What's the total roll?
Well, yeah, what does that
35.
come?
I didn't even have to roll it, but I rolled it and I got a Nat 20. So
That's amazing. She's so damn good.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
All right. Even Sergey is a little like impressed, and he's kind of like, "Yeah, no, this isn't too bad. These landwalkers."
We're just keeping everyone entertained while Pernell yells at Aiden.
Right.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, just probably like a quick backhand. Just, what was that for? What was any of this for?
Kind of blinks and, runs a tongue along the inside of his mouth.
Have you had some
Making the most of a bad situation?
Yes, a bad situation that you started. You had no intention of accepting that payment. Wherefore did you not tell us before we began even walking back to that bridge? Agreeing to that toll was perfectly fine for your friends, but beneath the almighty Aiden Westnick?
Don't call me by that name.
For one who claimed to have denied the light of elite nobility, you are certainly acting like many I have known all too well.
Gotta stiffen up at that.
Oh,
she's not wrong.
Nobody asked you to help. If it was my problem, you didn't have to step in.
Of course we did. We are your friends. Of course we are going to help you, but you make it so difficult.
Well, if you want to help, you gather information.
You might have to tell us a little bit more if you want our help.
Just
I don't know
under.
what I can do
How
with
dare
stuff
you?
What did you say, Pernell?
Hmm?
I didn't catch it.
Said, how dare you, basically. Like, we aren't here for you, assuming you would think beyond your own nose. Assuming you would not be so selfish as to pick your battles unlike a fool. What if we had not been there? What if that had gone just a fragment more poorly for you? You could be dead, all of us could. And what of your brother? Do you care so little that you shall bet his existence and ours on your uncompromising ego?
I mean, there's worse things to bet your life on. Saying. Sorry.
Not helpful, Elias.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to process everything she said.
Yeah, right. Sorry.
Basically, don't be a selfish dick.
You had no less than an hour to tell us what you were going to do, but you never speaketh to us of your own volition. None of us wisheth to have to pry everything from you, you know. And in this case, your unwillingness to tell us anything could have gotten you and the rest of us killed. So how dare you? You still did not even speak to us now. And now we must do this because we are going to, but... You arrogant ass!
It's not wrong.
No, it is not. I know not what else I can say to you to get you to talk to us at any given point. And think. And just huffs and walks away. He's gonna go back over and towards the rest of the group.
How'd that go?
And shakes her head at Hegan.
Still a dick then.
Just doesn't say anything.
I'm okay with this plan. Let's see. Could be worse.
Could be better.
Could
We have
be
at
a
least...
whole lot better.
But we seem to have no choice any longer.
Could do it by himself.
No.
Yeah, but that's boring.
I'm not gonna say he didn't fuck up, but we're not gonna leave someone to handle something like this on their own.
Seems to be doing everything else. Can't say I'm super compelled to assist him, but that's what everybody's plan is.
I mean, that's your choice. I don't think anyone's gonna force you.
I'll do what everybody else does. I don't trust them.
Sort of a thumping thud, sort of reverberation through the ground as the Baron kind of stomps over closer to where he is playing, kind of glares at Aiden, but then just kind of like plops himself down. Seems to be kind of partially listening to where he is music and then partially just kind of staring off into space.
If he's gonna move over that way, I'm gonna start moving towards Auntie.
I'm assuming that Worry is probably up here on this raised area where the satyrs were.
Yeah,
There's a small crowd of folk, probably maybe a few dozen here that are dancing and sing. And actually, none of them are playing or singing or anything. At this point, Auntie May's like actually she had long gotten up from her spot and had moved closer, and is probably more like along here.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can see her eyes light up when you approach her.
I've been told you have a wealth of experience in various things.
You've been told true, little man. She's looking up at you. You're probably twice as tall as she.
Yeah. In your vast experiences, have you ever heard tell of any such artifact?
Can I see it again? I didn't get a really good look at it the first time.
Yeah, minor illusion.
Sure. You can see she's barefoot. Very halfling style, traditional. And she is very reflexively sort of like squishing the grass between her toes. She talks. She looks at it and peers at it, pokes it a little bit, looks at it from different angles. Ooh. That is not from around here now, is it?
Definitely not. Not from the material plane either.
No. Someplace much darker than that, much further away.
Just nod.
Oh. I think you might be on the right track there with corruption. And something like that in a place like this, those two do not go together. Oil and water. It would leave a wound, fester.
I've already seen its effects in places not as naturally lively as this one.
It's sort of like, it's almost like she's looking through you a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you have. She kind of nods a little bit over to the Baron. You think that you perhaps have an advantage because you know more about what you were looking for, but you may not have the leverage that you think you do. Feywild is unpredictable. It's dangerous. You might need a guide.
Risks. Well, who would be offering
many
such a dangerous undertaking?
Dangerous, but potentially interesting. You see, few of the folk here take any interest in such mundane things as gold, jewels, trinkets. Many of the folk here barter in more esoteric things.
What's
Memory.
truth?
Memory. Emotion.
What is it you deal in?
I'll accept.
I couldn't get
And
that.
everything. I accept many forms of payment. So you all see Aiden having a conversation
Yeah, I
with
was
Auntie
gonna say,
May.
if I see him, like,
Oh yeah,
keep
it's
an eye
very
on
clear.
this.
Are they speaking common?
What language are you speaking to her, Aiden?
I forget who initiated the conversation.
You approached her.
I did. I probably would have in common.
And she's responding in common.
Can we see her? Can we actually see them?
Oh yeah. They're not hidden or invisible or anything. They're there.
Because Keegan has observance, so he can technically read lips.
You
Gotcha.
can read their lips.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. And you're picking up on the conversation.
No, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on
things.
body language.
She seems very, very eager and curious and engaged. She seems like an old woman by all outward appearances, but her mannerisms seem much more of a anxious child that can't sit still.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I might be able to provide information, but adventure isn't my taste much anymore. You may find other guide here in Search's domain. It is not quite the Feywild itself. It is in between.
To understand that. What information would you have to offer then?
I've already provided much information. I could tell you what I know of her domain, of some of the darker corners where you might find such.
What about someone who's familiar with those darker corners, who ventures out?
She kind of like looks around. Besides all of you that are here, she does nod towards the centaur. Horace does get around quite a bit. Although he's a little sensitive.
In what way?
Which one for fighting?
Well, I'm not looking for a fighter, am I?
True. And she kind of like looks about again. She points out an Eladrin, who, while near all of the revelers, is not necessarily partaking. She seems a little bit more standoffish. Very perfunctory dressed clothing. It kind of stands out in that particular way. Speak with her, Ophelia. She is familiar with the domain. She is a bit prickly. She won't help you unless...
Cut out.
She's prickly. She won't help you unless she finds something interesting about you. If you pique her curiosity. Her quarry is normally a living event. Object. But she does know her path. And perhaps I think your last... She kind of like looks around. And she sort of like whistles and snaps her fingers a little bit. And there's a sprite that's sort of fluttering by. Stops. and kind of flutters by. And she looks at him. He is small. And he like indignantly puts his hands on his hips. Like he's got these sort of dragonfly-esque wings behind him, and they're just like buzzing very, very quickly, almost hummingbird-like. But he sort of sticks his tongue out at her. This is 2 feet. And does know his way around. And does like to get into trouble. And he kind of like sticks his arms across his chest. And like he reaches down and he pulls out, it looks kind of like it might be a thick, long needle of sorts that's been like wrapped in cloth. Sort of like is holding the cloth as a hilt. And he sort of gestures and kind of points it roughly in your general direction, Aiden, and then does like a flourish and kind of like a salute.
Showy.
Yeah.
Cute.
Well, I can't say I dislike those or don't like getting into trouble.
You can hear his voice is pitched up a little bit. Trouble is my middle name.
And how familiar are you with the woods?
I know my way around. I can get you where you need to go.
Oh, yes, but where we need to go is the question.
If you know where you're going, I can get you there.
I don't doubt it.
And it's sort of like, and that there's the rub, isn't it? So many options. And it is a race.
So if you had to pick the most likely place, what would you say?
Which would I choose? It's a tough decision. Only there was something that perhaps one of yours. Something.
You cut out.
Yeah, you cut out completely.
That again.
Oh, okay. She said, I need something to jog my memory, perhaps one of yours.
Oh.
I'm in the mood for something. Oh, you do look like a gloomy fellow. Something a little morose. She like kind of opens up a satchel, and you can hear the clinking of different glass bottles. See different shapes. She pulls one out, and it's just like sort of an empty glass bottle. It's what you say. Lose a memory that's sad. Exchange for a bit of information. Those memories can be so painful.
Been there.
I'll see how I fare with some others, but I'll keep you in mind.
So you can just look outward.
The thing back on. Like I said, you don't have as much leverage as you thought. He's got big legs and he can cover quite a bit of ground. No. And he might, and she uncorks the bottle again, have a few memories that he'd like to divest too.
She plays dirty.
Well,
and she sort of like looks up at
he
you
can
and
be bought a
shrugs.
bit easier.
What'd you say?
Say he can be bought a bit easier then.
Perhaps. She walks over to him. And looks like she's beginning her conversation with him.
Is she speaking common to him?
You don't know. She has her back.
Okay.
I mean, I could attempt to get us some divine help. If you want.
That would be amazing.
I mean, I haven't reconvened yet.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll wait till Aiden comes back. I'll offer that. Like, if you want.
If we're not going anywhere for the moment, I think Bella's kind of still keeping an eye on the edges and seeing if like any paths have opened back up or anything.
Or spiders.
They have.
I think spiders are kind of a moot point at this point. Like,
yeah. I don't think we have to worry about them so much here.
Well, especially, and also, like, it's not something anyone has said anything about, so it hasn't come up, but the fact that Brightwing just showed up with an entire pile of spiders, like, there's no way that we can reasonably kill every spider everywhere we go.
Being reasonable.
I bet, yeah.
You will try.
Given
Brightwing will
given
try.
up on killing every single spider.
Being reasonable.
No, he's not being reasonable. He's still jumping at everything. He's still jumping at everything.
Of course he is.
I've also just kind of been listening to Wiria and also just kind of like sitting probably on the edge of one of these things and just sipping from her water flask and trying to think.
Can I attune my dagger while we're just hanging out?
Sure.
Cool.
At some point, Leah's not really one to confront Aiden about this or whatever. I'm like, she might disagree, but it's his choice to make. Even if it's stupid, but
not playing a Nick Fury.
She did want to find.
I believe that to be a poor decision. Maybe, but it's mine to make.
Want to at some point try and talk to Horace and
get an
idea of what he has and see if he wants the cookies in exchange for anything cool and useful.
Okay.
Where you're still trying
yeah,
to,
he's
or Leah's
Don't
still
give him
trying
all
to
the
pawn
cookies
off
at
those
once,
cookies
though.
on someone.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's one of those like if he's like nearby or whatever, because also like time is precious, so like making sure if we're gonna be able to get anything else out of here, we do that before the sand is done. So
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
See, she's not going to worry about Aiden's stupidity right now because that's not her problem to fix.
Sure. So Horace is sort of on the edge of all of the various revelers, and it looks as if due to the rousing performance Wuria has been providing, there is lifted spirits and general good mood. And Horace seems to be doing brisk business in something. So he's nearby.
Okay.
He's also about eye level based on.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess Leah will go up to him and say, excuse me, are you Horace, the herbalist, I believe is what it was? Yeah.
That I am. What can I do you for?
Well, I was interested, I guess, to see if you had any items for trade, possibly.
Oh, I got all sorts of victuals.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't have anything in particular. I guess that I'm looking for, other than I don't know, anything that might be of use in whatever we're about to venture into.
Okay. Well, let's see what we got. And he starts pulling out all manner of flowers, herbs, various oils and powders. Basically, anything that you might need or want in terms of raw material from the wild thing of the Feywild. He's probably collected a significant amount of it. He also has a number of various substances of dubious nature.
Great. Just what we need.
Various plant
Every
extracts.
herbalist
But does he at
is
least
a
know what
stoner.
they are?
All
We
of
have
them.
all
Does he at least know
stoner
what they are? Because
herbalists.
that's what's important.
Right. So
drugs for drugs.
We'll give you the ones we don't know about. You give us something that you do know about.
a lot of what he has are things that influence senses, and so
do you have seaweed?
Nah. You'd probably have to go talk to Sergi about that.
Sergi.
Sergi.
I love it.
But I got all kinds of stuff here. So basically, he has what would amount to a consumable item that for an hour will grant you advantage on all perception checks, wisdom perception checks, as well as another. So basically, it just enhances your senses in all senses of the word. And he's got another one. It is basically a almost like it's a kind of like a chewing tobacco kind of thing. But it is made from a basically it is a made from a rare black lotus that is only found in the Feywild. But if you're a magic user and you consume this, then it will give you basically the effects for 1 minute of the sorcerer meta magic.
Oh,
it's like Sood.
So good Fey drugs.
Yeah.
Please buy the good Fey drugs.
Buy the good Fey
Many of us
Sood.
could use that.
I feel like Leah might have grabbed a few things out of the bag of holding, just knowing potentially what he might be interested in. I think it's mostly things that I think may have come from Gardner. Question that she would have asked people before, whatever. We have chewing tobacco of gaseous form. Are we ever planning on using that? Because I feel like that might be a potential thing we could trade with this guy, unless somebody really thinks that we want chewing tobacco of gaseous form.
I mean,
don't
like
know.
theoretically, it could
We
be
don't
handy,
really
but I
need
think it
it,
was
right?
only for one person anyway. So
Yeah.
like, does it matter? I feel like as far as Weary is concerned, she's cool with trading just about anything that's in the party inventory because like that was the stuff that we didn't have specific use for.
I don't think so.
Unless it's like a healing item that's still in there. I don't remember if there's any healing stuff still in there.
There's a couple healing kits and antitoxin listed in there.
Yeah.
That stuff would not be of interest, but he would definitely be interested in this
chewing tobacco.
So yeah, because I was like, I would have grabbed that and the cookies probably. So seeing how it seems to be a similar substance, whatever. This Black Lotus. I'm not sure exactly what to call it, but certainly seems interesting. And she'll pull out the chewing tobacco of gaseous form and say, I have a somewhat similar product that is not of any use to us immediately, but it allows one to obtain a gaseous form when.
Oh, now that's That's quite interesting.
Would you consider these on par for a trade, perhaps?
Oh, I'd certainly be interested in trading for that. I think. Now I got two types here. So the chewable this.
Mm-hmm.
This one, basically, one is either empowered or heightened.
I know heightened
Increases the
allows-
DC.
Heightened it doesn't increase the DC, but they have disadvantage on the spell saving throw, which is effectively similar. Empowered is lets you re-roll damage dice.
So basically, one is for attack roll spells, one is for saving throw spells.
Basically, yes.
And the other thing he had was a thing that gave you advantage on perception checks for an hour, which
Yes, it gives you advantage.
Super handy.
He's got it. So he's got two. So one of each of the basically it's like it's say less the chewing tobacco, more like think of it maybe like a gummy.
What's
of the Black Lotus gummies.
Black Lotus gummies.
Black Lotus gummy.
I love it.
And one of them is an empowered spell. One of them is heightened spell. Then he has a good half dozen or so of the basically it's sort of like an oil that you rub into your eyelids over your skin. It's like essential oils, essentially. And he's got 6 doses of that, and that's the advantage on perception checks. I should probably come up with a clever name for it.
Eagle eyes.
Yeah. Nah. I got a different bit of name for that. And then the other thing that he has, and this is what he has a lot of and what he's been dealing in for a lot of these people, is basically it's a sort of like a dissolvable tablet that for an hour enhances an ability. Like the spell enhanceability.
Which I'm trying to remember what that does now. I'm like
gives you advantage on
checks of
ability
different kinds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm honestly, I'm like just thinking through of our spellcasters and whatnot. I'm like, damage dice or saving throws, which happens more often? And I'm like,
I mean,
it's 50-50, honestly, because there's stuff like Elias's fireball, but also Wiria has a lot of saving throws.
Yeah.
I mean, it really
I'd say, yeah,
depends.
I'm about 50-50.
On whether you want to prioritize spells that are primarily damage spells, or whether you would want to give, say, Wiria a bonus for some of her crowd control non-damage things.
That's kind of what I was potentially thinking.
I mean, you could also take both if you have enough to barter with.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how much of the chewing tobacco do we have.
Oh, I think we only have the one
I know, that's
thing.
I mean, if you have other things.
We have cookies. We
do have cookies. We don't know what they do, but they're cookies.
What the cookies do, but we
Cookies,
have
he'd definitely be he would trade a couple of things of the oil.
Yeah, I was planning on doing that. Yes.
Yeah. But he'd need something a little bit more for his gummies.
I'm looking through. I can also look through see if Leah has anything potentially. I mean, I have a potion of flying. I hate to give it up, but like.
But you do have it.
That's useful as fuck.
Yeah.
I know, right? I don't want to feel left out. No.
Yeah, nothing else in the party inventory really screams herbalist.
Yeah.
Unless he wants something random like those old playing cards.
Yeah, unless he likes weird things.
Could offer.
He's an herbalist. You never know.
Let's give it a really cool story.
Correspondence on invisibility potion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
looking.
either would be a perfectly valid choice with this party. It's just a matter of if you can only do one, which one?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm like looking through. I'm like, yeah, I don't think I have anything really that.
Where still has a beat of force.
I have a beat of force. I've been waiting for a chance to use it.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say Weary still's got that beat of force.
That
was a while
ago.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to trade in like organic, natural food.
Yeah, there's that. I'm like, we do still have this one of
Valley.
smiles, but I feel like we could trade that potentially for a good weapon if we find one or something. So
yeah, I mean,
we have messenger parchment. What is that?
That's the one that you can write on it. It sends a message.
Yeah.
Is it the stuff that like folds up into like a little like paper bird and flies away?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
That stuff's cool. I didn't realize we had that. Yeah. I feel like we don't.
Yeah, we've got some scrolls. We could give the scroll of fireball to Elias now that he has fireball. So if he runs out of spells, he still has a fireball.
You got that like a long time ago.
Yeah, no, it's just been hanging out.
Actually cast. Because we also have a scroll of sending. Do I have a scroll of silence?
You do, according to the inventory.
Yes,
apparently.
Unless you already used it or something, but
I don't think I have it in my inventory. I do not. But according to that, I do. So I've made.
I'm gonna have to spend some time.
what
making
is the correspondence on invisibility potions that we have?
That was from like way back at the beginning with
Glassstaff, because Glassstaff
Glassstaff.
was making invisibility potions,
Glassstaff.
and we found his notes on crafting them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm switching back to my other headset.
I feel like that's something we should like, try giving to Gardner at home or something, seeing if he can whip some stuff up for us. But
invisibility potions. Start making you invisibility cookies.
Hey, that's the best.
Support invisibility cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I guess she's gonna go with. Was heightened the one with the saving throws?
Yes,
This
heightened
is
is
so hard. This is so hard, but yeah, I'm like, I feel like that is a little more universally could be applied to either things like crowd control or like, you know, Toll the Dead.
Sure.
So yeah, she will trade the gaseous form stuff for Black Lotus gummies of heightened spells.
Sure.
And
I thought you said
then
black lettuce.
Black Lotus.
Black
Lettuce. Ah.
Yeah,
lettuce.
something different.
Yeah.
Less pleasant.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be eating none of that. That's it's going bad.
Yeah. So I'm gonna cross this off in here. I mean, I guess I can just delete it too.
Yeah.
But
Now, you got anything else interesting? Trey?
So I do also have, and she'll pull out the probably in a bag or something of cookies. I do have some I guess I don't know. They call them cookies. I don't know.
Yeah, they were cookies.
They were cookies.
I guess so.
They
I
had
have some
really
cookies,
useful abilities. I just don't remember what they were.
I
They were
don't.
really
I
good.
honestly don't think we actually ever learned them.
I don't think
we
he
had
told us.
some. I think that
He never told us. It was
Yeah.
just like supposed to be a.
these were.
I mean,
some
I feel
of them-
find
some of
out.
them are, like,
Leah
abilities and
might
some of them-
honestly have like kept one of them in a pocket or something because it's just like kind of curious. So
Sure.
we'll say she pocketed one or beforehand or whatever,
Sure.
or
So you
left
got
one in the
5
bag.
cookies.
So yes, and she'll pull them out and say, so we do have these They were made by the gardener, our herbalist at home in the Lushcut Forest. They are of magical quality. To what extent?
Huh.
It's a bit of
May
a grab bag.
He holds out his hand.
Sure. So.
Okay. He opens it up and looks at it and kind of sniffs a little bit.
Like jelly beans. You never know what you're gonna.
Says some words in Sylvan and makes a couple of gestures and looks at him and nods his head. No, that's interesting. What'd you call these? Cookies?
Yes, that is what Gardner referred to them as. They are a bit of
They
his.
smell nice. Something you eat then.
Yes, they are. They are sweet. Bit of a dessert, I guess, or a snack. That has extra magical.
He gives you a couple of vials,
properties.
an equivalent trade of 5 oils of the perception.
Yay.
Oh, 5. That's nice.
Yeah.
1 for each cookie.
I'm just gonna say perception oil for now until we have a fun name for it.
Yeah. I also still just keep thinking of Sten and Dragon and Georgian and his
Yes.
cookies.
Yes. Yeah,
Yes,
I
good.
forgot about that, but yes.
Yeah. The fact that you can bribe a guard with that Sten bribes a guard with cookies that he stole from a
With
child.
stolen cookies.
Oh no. Oh no.
I've been replaying that lately and it's great.
Yes, I wish I had just. I don't know anything
Well, I think this is
for.
quite an interesting pair.
I would be curious just if I could, if you have any raw materials, I'm sure my gardener back home would love to see them, but I'm not sure what else I have to trade. So.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for something in particular, if you're just looking for a sampler,
I mean, he's asked us to collect anything interesting that we might find in our travels, anything that
I got all sorts
he
of
wouldn't normally find at home. So.
But I mean, if you wanted something, maybe something your friends might have, be willing to offer up in exchange. I mean, he pulls out a number of various pouches and things that look like they're stuffed with various clippings and petals and even like a small little clay pot of he says it's like a very
Actually, I have a thought, and I'm not even sure how this works exactly, but so Leah's armor like self-repairs and is living ironwood, and the vines are alive and stuff, technically, right?
But yeah.
So if she were to take like one of the vines that's like strapping like part of her shoulder plate or something and like cut part of it off, she would have like a chunk of vine then, right? That would then gradually grow back. So
pretty much.
Okay. So she's just gonna say, so out of curiosity, would you have any interest or use in a plant that self-heals?
Oh no, that would be quite interesting. I mean, to a certain extent, all plants self-heal.
And she'll do that. She'll like take part of her shoulder thing and just cut it off, and so he can see it start to grow back, kind of.
Right. And he sort of like looks at that and he's like, he kind of like leans in real close. He's like, feel her presence.
Yes.
There's something very special.
So, would you be willing to, if I give you some of the vine blessed by the Wild Mother, would you be willing to trade some, I don't know, unique Feywild plants in exchange? Just a sampling for a sampling?
Yeah, he's got like kind of like a big wide brimmed floppy hat.
Mm-hmm.
And he pulls it off his head and like clutches it to his chest a little bit, and his voice kind of gets really, really low. And he basically he holds out his hand, and takes it, and he like carefully like wraps it up in like a handkerchief and like tucks it into like a pocket.
Yeah.
And then he starts like pulling out pouches and like bags of stuff. And he gives you like basically like 5 pounds of just rare Feywild things.
Yes.
Hey.
5 pounds of rare Feywild plants.
Nice.
Good job.
That's a
I
lot.
mean, hey, it's been in my notes forever, and I feel like I keep forgetting to get things for Gardner.
So there you go. You got things for Gardner.
And then I was like, I don't have anything, and I was like, wait, literally, I'm wearing a magical plant. Like,
yeah, no, he's that is a generous gift. Something that's blessed by the Wild Mother herself. Yeah, and it was very like you've been in scrapes where more damage has been dealt to your armor than
that's why Leah's like, I know this will be fine, but you know, figuring for him, it's also it self repairs, so like, you can sit there and play with it all day, and it'll just keep growing. Like,
yeah, who knows what kind of things he can make from something that's been blessed by the Wild Mother. Okay. I would imagine Aiden is probably keeping an eye on the hourglass. So hold on a second. Is he there? Oh, he may have stepped away for a moment.
Potentially. Let me see.
Where I've got my camera set up actually like blocks a bunch of your.
He's not on camera right now, but that's I don't know.
Might be hearing. But what I would say is anyone who sort of glances over to the hourglass has noticed that it's gone down a bit, but at its current rate, you think that you would probably guess that you have somewhere between 8 to 10 hours ish, basically the equivalent of a long rest before you would have to go somewhere.
Useful.
Yeah.
Give or take. Time is a little wibbly wobbly on Feywild, which is why this is an hour. That is a discrete amount of time that it is measuring. And as Wuria wraps up her performance, there's cheers and jubilation and breathless calls for more. They are clapping and they're clapping and they're clapping, hoping for another encore.
10 encores later.
Wuria glances around for everyone else to figure out
So
what
what
they're
is-
up to.
So Wuria's been playing. Leah has been talking to Horace. What about the rest of you? After
He's just watching Aiden.
yeah, so
Just watching
Auntie
the
May-
area like a paranoid cat.
Yeah. So what about the rest of you? 'Cause, I mean, the conversation with Horace is going to take a little bit, as is Aiden's conversation with Auntie May. So while all that's happening and where he's playing music, for now, Keegan, Elias, and Bella, what are you up to, if anything?
At some point, I think Elias is definitely gonna quietly bring up the offer of, you know, if you want, I can try and get us some divine help. Not sure what kind of, I can't read lips, not sure what kind of help you've been offered, but I'm all in favor of.
I thought this was happening during that conversation.
Yeah.
Kind of, but he
Eh.
could approach you after. I mean, if he's just waiting for an opportunity to go speak to you, then that's what he does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Penel's just basically been sitting and trying to
down.
calm down, but not doing a very good job of it.
Yeah. Actually, I would say, Pernell, make another wisdom saving throw.
This is gonna be great.
No Leah to save you.
Yeah, nope.
Leah's not.
Yeah, Leah.
Leah to save you this time.
17.
Okay. It's a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
The anger's festering.
Yeah, she's not used to this.
Build.
Sorry, you cut out.
It is festering and it's bubbling, building inside of you.
Or it was before. It kind of came out there.
Yeah.
Still there.
Did I take damage from her hitting?
I mean, I don't have much strength, but
Yeah.
it would be like a 3 at the
1 point
most.
of I don't know. What is your strength modifier?
Plus
It
2.
probably. I wouldn't even say it was meant for.
Yeah, it wasn't. She wasn't trying to.
Yeah.
It was just like heat of the moment, just like wake the fuck up type thing.
Yes, Look, I'm all in favor of stacking as many aces up our sleeves as we can. So.
Sure, that's what's got us this far.
You want to use this one? Give it a shot.
Who am I to turn away an ace?
Yeah.
You turned away the other one.
I feel like probably not during this conversation, but at some point Leah's just gonna come back with just like guys, I got plans.
Guys, I got plans.
Oh, and also these cool like magic things.
But mostly plants.
Plants. But that probably is. This is probably happening while she's doing all of her bartering. So.
Right.
Or so.
And yeah, really, Velas is just pacing and looking around the area the entire time. He's not really invested in anything going on.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check just as you're.
Maybe don't mention
Not
to
really
Velas that whole ace up the sleeve comment.
Not really expecting to see anything, but it's a 19.
So, as you're sort of stalking about, don't notice anything or anybody unusual or anything out of place. But anytime you approach the perimeter or some of those passages that lead out of the Blooming Grove, you can see the foliage and the vines begin to move and shift and fill out those passages so that they become just almost as if it's blocking your path.
So we're not allowed to leave until they say we can, basically.
Might look, yes.
Yeah, I would eventually walk over and say, well, I guess we're here until she says otherwise.
Figured as much.
Yes.
Are you gonna do it, Elias?
I mean, yeah, maybe not right. Well, could I make
We don't have a whole lot of time, and
look?
I don't know.
How's the hourglass looking at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, you have the equivalent of a long rest
Yeah, before we start.
before you get started.
I mean,
could we pop a dome?
That's not
Certainly could.
That's good.
Yeah. I was gonna say, can I just make it look like I'm not doing a divination? I'm just
Trying to
messing
stop
around
the
with
divination
playing
spell.
cards.
Or dome. I vote dome.
Hey, I've successfully.
Wait, didn't we
pulled off
figure
a
out that we
stealth
can't do
divination spell before?
that we can't do the dome with like divination because it can't get out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, spells can't really pass through the dome.
Yeah, that's right. Because I think in the Shadowfell or something, didn't Elias like do something like right outside, or was
Yeah.
that like sending or something else? I forgot what.
I think that might have been.
I mean, in general, spell
something,
effects
yeah.
can't pass through the dome, so unless like divination doesn't really require.
I may
it
also,
passing
if
through.
if we're getting a long rest, I may go ahead and attempt divine intervention again, because worst case
Why not
scenario,
put
it
on
just
a
doesn't do
rest?
anything
Yeah.
after a long rest.
Yeah, I mean, Waria will set up the dome. Once she's done performing, we'll set up the dome if people want.
Once she's done performing.
Yeah.
Well, she's sort of waiting until everyone else is done with what they're doing.
So there's a large crowd of people that they're still asking for more. Please play more. Please pay
She's
more.
waiting for the rest of the party to be done with whatever they're doing.
But you'll continue to play until then?
Right. Yeah, I think unless and until the rest of the party is done,
Okay.
or comes to her and asks her for something. Her philosophy is might as well keep these fae entertained and focus off of everything else.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
All
I
right.
may, if I can kind of try and sleight of hand. I don't know.
There's nobody paying any
If no one's
attention.
paying attention, I'll still try and make it look,
So what do you? You're actually doing a divine intervention?
Well, I
Or you're
can't until
casting
I
a
get a
spell?
long rest. So,
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
I may just try a divination if I can.
No, you hadn't done that.
I feel
before
like
you-
that was the
before you left
original
Gordon,
plan.
right?
I mean, I've not.
He hasn't done it since we've gotten out here.
Okay, I've not. Yeah.
It took a couple days to get out
Yeah,
here.
I don't
so.
think he's done it again since we left Gordon.
Yeah, I did
Okay.
it once, I think, like a day after we left Gordon to get a general direction, I think it was. But I haven't done
Yeah,
it since.
to narrow down our choices.
Cast divination,
Yeah.
putting you in contact with a god or god servants, and you ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. And you get a truthful reply.
Mm-hmm. It does. Oh wait, this is one that includes incense. God.
Do you need incense? Just
No,
leave?
I have it. I just
Okay,
forgot
yeah.
this is not one that can, going by the actual spell components, be done as, make it subtle as easily as.
I mean, can't you use a holy symbol for that though?
Not if it
No,
costs money.
So yeah, this has a specific.
Oh, incense does. I don't remember.
It's 25
They said
gold.
25 gold pieces
Oh.
worth of it.
Oh.
So if it actually explicitly
Yeah.
carries a thing.
Did you get any Fey incense from that guy?
I mean, I've got the incense. I'm just saying,
Oh,
like,
okay.
it's harder to make this look like I'm just messing around with cards.
I
Alright.
mean, we're in the Feywild.
Nobody's paying
Nobody's paying attention to you, yeah.
Yeah, Waria is being a
look over and they're
distraction
like,
for whatever
Hey,
you want
that
to
guy
do.
lit up a hookah. Cool. Like,
Tubular.
I feel like that's probably the only thing they would think. It'd be like, cool,
Yeah.
man.
All right.
Or that
Yeah, I'll
smells
go ahead and-
nice.
I mean, I guess should I just start with like which direction should we look?
Well, how many questions do you give this one?
I get one with this one.
Yeah.
But I get a specific answer. So
I would ask for a landmark.
a landmark.
Yeah, I'm just like,
Okay.
where? Like,
Yeah.
like you can ask a specific.
Doesn't have to be yes
question.
or no, right?
No.
Yeah, no, that's
doesn't.
augury is yes, no.
It can
or,
be vague, but
like,
it
yeah.
does not. Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
ask for
it's
a
a-
landmark.
A landmark.
Where we can, close to where we can find this
Alright.
piece.
All right. Yeah, I'll go with that. Ask, is there, what landmark should we look for to find? Well, this piece of the sword. Since we've got the time, I'll go ahead and do it as a ritual, I guess. May as well.
So you can putting out enough items. You can hear word music, clapping and sharing and singing of various folk who are entranced by words they were previously by the satyr. And you ask, what kind of
You're cutting out. I think.
Cut out.
All right.
Yeah.
Stage whisper.
Oh.
And you're close
Stop
to the mic.
stage with yes. What landmark will guide us? And you're sort of like expectantly kind of like looking around for the sign or the message. And a glint in the water ahead kind of catches your attention. And you can see light reflecting off the surface of, and the water itself is clear, and you can see, you know, all manner of plants and even fish and stuff swimming. But it must just be the angle of the sun and where you happen to be standing and looking. But there's like this sort of like just a reflection that kind of blinds you for a little. And in the water, you can see a scene. Dark. But there's sort of a warm, reddish purple glow. And you see just a figure. Like a person. Like a tree-shaped person. Large. And it is sitting, and just there's little fireflies flitting about, kind of illuminating it. And it's just sitting, and you just get this sense of deep sorrow. Then there's another quick flash of light, and you can just see the fish swimming underneath.
Yes. I was just like, oh my gosh,
sad
if
trees.
Leah gets to meet tree people, it would be like, I am wearing a tree and you are a tree. Oh my gosh.
Hey! I am so sorry. I hope this wasn't.
Like, hey, I'm wearing fox fur, and you're a fox.
But it's a living tree.
But it's a living tree,
Yeah.
so it's like still alive. It's
Right.
If that's not
So
creepy,
it's like
but
like meeting a human and wearing a living human.
I know, that's why I was like, wait, does that make it creepier?
No, it's
Yes. But yeah.
there's a difference between a tree and an ent that has sentience and
Yeah.
if you had killed an ent and made it a thing from its wood, there might be a different situation.
All right. Well, I will convey that. So, guess we're looking for a sad ent tree person.
Sad tree person. That's not the strangest thing I've heard today.
That definitely narrows it down.
Yeah.
Take out her notebook and write that
The
down.
question is, who do we
Where?
ask to find it? Got a couple
actually-
leads on people who could potentially lead us there.
Actually, I could ask Chorus.
He was one of them.
He
Yeah.
I mean, he's.
Okay,
I seem to have, you know, struck a good, at least sales relationship with him.
Rapport with.
Sales relationship doesn't seem
Like-
something like a verbal.
I know.
Depends on the
Forgetting about Pumat's soul.
Firbolg translation.
That
whatever
very
that was.
specifically depends on the Firbolg.
That's true.
That's true. That's true.
I know
that is actually exactly the type of thing.
I
Puma
know
would
why
say.
you're laughing, Maggie, and I appreciate you.
Firbolg in the current arc of the Adventure Zone.
Oh.
Yep, exactly that one. Exactly that one.
Going
Firbolg was
on
studying finances.
Oh wow.
A financial responsibility for small businesses. I love the Firbolg.
Economics Firbolg.
Economics Firbolg.
See, I've just been picturing where you're reenacting the scene from Lord of the Rings with the hobbits and the Ents.
Yes.
It's great.
There you go.
Well, there's no better idea than
Yeah.
someone we've already gotten the foot in the door
Yes.
with.
Yeah.
I seem to have at least struck a common ground, and I feel like he at least would be on amiable terms. So.
I've gotten word he's not much of a fighter, but he may be able to get us there.
Get us that, yeah.
Or at least
We can take care of any fight.
At the very least, point us in the right direction. But yes.
2 feet is cavorting with a couple of other winged fey folk of his size. The other person that was pointed out, the Eladrin, is not readily visible.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but I was just gonna be like,
I was gonna.
yeah, just be like,
Forest,
and
anyway.
what of the other one, or is that a secret too?
The other one, what?
Potential contact.
Well, there was 3.
The other 2 then.
I was just kind of pointing out the sprite, and I don't see the other one. But I don't see how that matters if we have one we're already focusing on.
Seems like
Every lead matters.
Horace seems to be the plant expert.
Yes.
Here. Seems the most likely.
He would, yeah.
Starting place anyway.
Yes. And I feel even if he does not know exactly, he would at least know who might. But, so yeah, I mean, Leah will go. I'm assuming Horace hasn't gone terribly far.
No, he's still making decent business with a lot of the people. They seem to be particularly enamored of his sense enhancing oils.
Try to do it with out of earshot of the troll.
Well, yes. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. By this point, Auntie May has left. She's
Okay, bye.
she's left.
So yeah, if she can, Leah will try and like kind of flag down Horace and.
Okay. Yeah. No, he's like, oh, did you find your friend's got something more to trade?
Not so much trade as we were hoping you might actually have potentially a bit of at least information for us.
Okay. Well, I mean,
we're
I know a lot about plants, but
well, exactly. We're looking for well, according to Elias, a large, sad tree person.
A large, sad tree. Large, sad tree.
Very large, very sad, very
sad tree person. Sad
Very
tree.
I guess.
I mean, is well, I mean, there's all sorts of ants all over. I mean, near the Feywild, but a sad one.
Yes. He described it as. I don't know how much in detail Elias described it. Did he describe like the fireflies and stuff?
Yeah,
whatever.
I would have described what it looked like around.
Yeah, like sitting.
Sort of a deep, dark purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost night with these.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so it's toward the sunset direction.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh.
You know it.
Hmm?
You're looking for the forlorn.
Oh,
That sounds
great.
right.
That's
on
a
it.
dark
Certainly
place.
helps.
Yes.
Well,
That's you don't want. Why do you want to be going there?
It
We
is.
don't really, but we kind of need to.
Yeah. It.
Oh, the race.
She's just like, nah.
No, we just feel bad for it. That's all.
Yeah, no, the Baron's just nodding his head to the music at this point. He doesn't seem to have noticed. I mean, you guys are all a little ways
Go,
away
way
anyway,
to go.
but he shuts it down. Ooh.
You kind of completely.
We got nothing.
Damn you, Comcast!
Hey, at least there's been no rolling blackouts. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll knock on the wormwood. There we go.
Knock on the wormwood.
Hey.
Hey.
That's always good luck.
Okay.
That's why I knock on wormwood.
Yeah, he says, "No, I mean, yeah, that's still in the Surge's domain, but folks don't go there.
We're not those folks.
I mean, it's both literally dark, but also figuratively dark.
Oh, well,
Sounds
that is.
like
If you catch my meaning."
exactly the right
Been
type
there,
of place.
done that. To be honest, nothing new.
Not a type of place we are unfamiliar with.
Yes.
All right.
Unfortunately, yes.
You're looking to go there? Well, I mean, I would never dare go there myself, but
And I would not ask you to, but if you.
you all do seem quite capable folk. I mean, at the very least, you play a mean liar.
Well,
And
that
if you
mean
can-
liar got us through the Shadowfell and back, so yes.
Oh, Shadowfell.
So yes.
No. I'm nope. I ain't going to Shadowfell.
No.
We're not
trust
going
me,
to the
we are not
Shadowfell
going
this
back.
time.
Okay.
But
Because
we.
the Forlorn's just near as bad.
Well then, at
I'd
least
say
it
we're well
will
prepared.
be- Yes. That.
I mean, if you can stand up to the lady and not blink an eye, I think you might be safe company. And there's a fair number of interesting flora and fauna to be found there. It would quite a profitable trip for me. But I do need you to guarantee and swear on your heart
Guarantee.
that you will help me return whole and hearty by journey's end.
I mean, we could try, but I don't know if Aiden has a heart.
We all just.
I said it out loud.
As an aside, I swear, we will keep you safe. Stick close to me, and
You'll be in good hands.
You've got a few of us that are at least
Yeah.
He holds out his hand to Leah.
trusting.
He sort of grasps your wrist in his sort of warrior type grasp, and
Yep.
he looks you in the eye, says, "So promise. For exchange for safety and protection." And he sort of like pauses and expectantly waits for something in return.
I know. I'm like, what do we offer? Because I'm like, yeah, he's risking a lot to take us there. I'm like, I'm trying to think. I'm like,
he mostly asked for for you to ensure his.
He's
safety.
already set the terms. You
I
just
was
have to
like,
agree to it.
Yeah, I do agree.
I was just like, because I feel like
It's
I'm
just-
and just
There's a certain element of formality required in this
Okay.
sort of situation, and that's what he's
So,
doing.
okay. So then, yes, Leah will respond and say, "I guarantee if you stick with me. I will stick close to you, and the Wild Mother's blessing will extend to you as well, so long as we keep the same company.
And he nods, and you feel, even though they were just spoken words, you can feel a weight almost descend up. You get the sense that you should not break it.
Leah doesn't intend to. I feel like I don't know that Leah could live with herself if she didn't get him back safely.
I feel like the only way she would break it is if she died trying to.
That's
break
why
it.
it's
Which
good
means,
that
like,
Leah's
what
taking the
consequence
deal.
could she face?
Leah
Yeah,
just said
what
she'd stay close
consequence
to
could she
him,
face?
so
She's
she better
already
stay
dead.
close to him the
Yes,
entire
and
time.
I mean, that was because she was like, if he strays or whatever, like, she can't do much. But as long as he stays close to her, she will do everything she can to stay close to him and offer her protection.
Okay.
Mom will take care of you. Don't worry.
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like you're all kind of beginning to wrap up your dealings. And so where you kind of see that they've seemed to have struck an accord of sorts with Horus. They've gathered things up. The two guards have not moved at all from the sides. They would almost look similarly statue-esque, like the other stone statues near them, but they are seemingly flesh and blood and sorts. But they are implacable and unmoved. When you kind of wind up your last set, there's sort of groans and moans and some pleading, and a pair of nymphs approach, and they kind of like plead with you, like, but can't you please just play a little more? I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
Wise, very good.
You're
You're muted.
I rolled a natural 19, so dirty 20.
Okay. You can feel just the slightest hint of magical compulsion behind their words. However, you are not as easily as they may have hoped. Their words don't sway you as much as they had.
We're like, and I see what you're doing.
Where smiles a
We've
little.
done this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like one of them's kind of like she's like like twirling her hair around her finger and like kind of like standing on, sort of like trying to be cute, charming.
Where he smiles a little and says, "Unfortunately, I think that my performance is done for now.
There's a big kind of like rising from the crowd.
We mortals do need rest, after all. But it was a delight to play for all of you." She takes a small bow and steps
Lots of clapping and cheering.
back towards the party.
Okay.
Well done, Maria.
As we're stepping away from Horus, Aiden will basically just kind of look towards Keegan and just be like, "You got something you want to say?"
I don't think I've said quite enough. I think you got the idea.
No, really.
Oh, I'm quite all right.
I can
Besides, I think
I can
Cornell got the
appreciate a
message enough.
snide comment here and there, but
Do you want to tell me what happened with the orb?
it's
Glancing
been a
back over
while.
at that.
Remind me.
Something happened. Why did you crush it? What was the point?
It was exactly as I said. It wasn't of interest.
How do you get to decide that?
Because it concerned me.
But you're not willing to share why.
Well, I don't suppose any of the rest of you have any bright ideas on how to pull one over on a creature that can read minds.
A creature that still exists? Or did crushing the orb somehow help you there?
Yeah, it still exists. It wasn't a creature.
Still not seeing what the point was and why you didn't share anything before.
Because he doth not like to share with us, Egan. He never has.
I've noticed.
We always have to pull it from him. Constantly.
I've
You shalt
noticed.
never trust us, apparently.
That's why I don't trust him.
Oh, I don't trust you either. I know you're hiding shit.
How's that?
I can tell. From...
Just immediately
Very
looks to
big.
Egan at
Yeah,
that.
Hot meat kettle.
Well, yeah, that's how I know.
Uh-huh. I have nothing else to say to you.
Clearly, then don't.
Can we not do this right now? I think we have more important things to deal with than this petty bullshit.
I mean, unless you two just stick it out right here in the middle of the Blooming Grove, which...
No.
That honestly sounds like a better idea than whatever this is.
Can
I'm not gonna
we
lie.
at least agree that going forward in this upcoming race, that it would be to everyone's advantage if all of us are forthcoming with any information that may cross our paths?
Indeed.
Yes, they are.
Well, I feel like everything relevant to this current task is out on the table.
Yes, but should anything new arise, that we can agree now that it will be spoken.
Sure.
So look at Hegan.
I already agreed to it.
All right. Well then, for now, if we can set aside whatever past quarrels we may have, and just moving forward, trust that we will be working together.
Yeah, you two aren't gonna start swinging on each other next time we get in a fight, are you?
I haven't hit him yet.
Yet.
And Pernell
like
just looks
I'm
away
showing
and down at
remarkable
the
restraint.
grass.
I mean, yeah. I can't talk. It took me dying to come clean, so. I am I am in no position to judge.
Look, I think that not all secrets are bad. Sometimes they're to protect other people, and sometimes they're to protect yourself, and I don't think that's wrong. I don't think someone should be forced to say things that they're not ready to say. That said, I don't think any of us at this point should be keeping anything quiet that puts someone else in danger. As long as we don't have that, I don't have any concerns.
I just think it's important we all know what we're getting into before we go running headlong. And so as long as we're open, I'm fine.
Well, I didn't complain when we went halfway across the continent because Elias had a dream.
Yeah. Again,
Look, Keegan, you weren't around, but
y'all followed me into the Shadowfell because a bird told me to go there.
Keegan, I know you weren't around, but Aiden's done a lot. Give him some credit.
Try not to look a little smug.
not necessarily one to take everybody else's word on somebody. But I never said I wasn't going to try. I'll trust him when I see a reason to.
Well, do you trust me?
That's fair.
Trust you fine.
Alright. How about we do this? I trust Aiden, so you trust me, and
That's not how it works.
Full circle.
People can make poor
I'm not
judgments
sure
and
if I
not to say
trust
you are,
you
but
in the
could.
fact you trust me.
How
You trust him,
about
but maybe you just don't trust his judgment.
how about we all
I don't
trust?
I'll trust that you sometimes make terrible decisions, and I prepare for that.
How about we all just try
Not terrible, just questionable.
to be honest with each other where it could affect each other and help each other and just move on.
Tell me I'm wrong with that gift, though.
No, it's wonderful.
You're welcome.
Okay. So Wuria pulls up the dome. Were you having this conversation in the dome, by the way?
I hope no.
Oh, Aiden initiated it before we got in the dome.
Yeah,
Just airing our baggage to the entire Blooming Grove.
Yeah, no, the entire Blooming Grove got to witness this fun argument between mortals. And if there was popcorn, it would have been shared. So there was
Wisdom is my lowest stat.
Everybody is
fun.
just delighted. Like, Willow was absolutely right. You guys have been such entertainment. There's so many. That there is sort of another sort of, round of aww when like the dome goes up and everybody goes inside.
Do they sleep?
Are we gonna wake up
we
with a
can
bunch
see
of
out of the
fairies
dome.
sitting around the dome
See
watching?
in. We can see out.
We can see out, yeah.
Yeah. Pernell's just gonna keep first watch.
Okay.
Doesn't want to sleep
I'm
yet.
gonna stay up as well. So I would say watch, but I think that even though he knows he's gotten everything there is to get out of it, Velis is gonna be looking through those papers from back in Phandalin.
Okay.
Just reading it over again just for anything he may have missed when he ran into the spider. And like he knows that he's gone through this 1,000 times at this point, but just doing it anyway.
If Pernell's taking first watch, maybe like after an hour or two, Aiden may get up and join her. Just kind of sits in silence for a moment, and then
Half glare at him.
I do still owe you a story.
Yes, you do.
When my brother told me that he was going to be admitted to the academy, he was genuinely excited about it. And I think he would have done well. But I panicked. I've lost a lot of people. And had less people to rely on after that loss, and he was the only constant. So I convinced him it wasn't in his best interest, and we ran. So you're not wrong when you say I'm selfish. And I've always kind of known, I guess. Saram's a smart kid. He's let's just say, I feel like I'm the one who needs him more than he needs me. So, who's to say whether or not I'm doing this to save him or to... I don't know.
Just kind of taking that in. She's still kind of like, you can tell she's still kind of seething a bit from everything, probably longer than she should have. And it's kind of like mixed with this kind of pain on her features that she's trying to comprehend some things. So, if it is a selfishness, what do you intend to do about it going forward? Or do you intend to do nothing continuously? Despite what we all attempt, every attempt to help, every attempt to say something.
Well, like I said, in my experience, companionship has either been temporary or false. So, but I guess in terms of most of this group and you, I would say that's proven to be neither case. So I'm sorry, and I will attempt to be more trusting. At the very least, I trust you to watch my back and call me on my stupid stuff.
Another kind of long pause there. Doth not know if I can forgive you just yet, but suppose I shall attempt to eventually.
Make a wisdom save.
Shit. Yep. Okay. Are we close enough to Leah?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
You're all within 15 feet of one another.
29. Thank you, Leah.
Yeah. There's a catch in your throat. The sentiment of resolution is there. Sure.
Was there more to that? I was confused.
Oh,
I didn't quite get, because it was cutting in and out again, so I wasn't quite sure. Sorry!
Basically, you're not still so enraged that his outreach is...
Okay.
That you're not irrationally angry still. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because you were emoting a resolution, but you're still harboring a significant simmering anger that is still a little inexplicable, but it's simmered, cooled a little bit.
So yeah, she basically... It's still kind of the same sentiment, like, I do not know if I can forgive you just yet, but I am attempting to. But the effort still needs to be placed forward, Aiden. An apology, and then going back to everything as it was. Shalt no longer cut it. Is that the words? I was hoping that you did not think so little of us. And for a moment, that had changed in my mind. And I no longer knew what to think. Of course I shall have your back, as I have all of theirs. But I suppose I was making it uncomfortable for your benefit. Using his terms from the other day.
That's fair. I also know what it is to lose the ones you relied on or had them be shallow in your life. So this is what I have now. And I do not wish to lose any of it either. I do not wish it to be difficult, but it becomes so difficult sometimes. Suppose I have changed. Do you know? When you apologized to me in Guarden, I was almost happy. Not for the apology at the time, but that someone who was not my lord saw some worth in me to attempt to use me. I find no happiness in that thought now. I found none then, I suppose, really, when I think about it. But that is not what I wish to be anymore. And so I do not wish to be a stepping stone for anyone. Means to an end. I'm trying to find something I can believe in. And right now, that is all of you. I can understand that. I will say it does mean more to know that you have our back now, as opposed to whenever you and Elias were still bonded.
You had what back now? Sorry, I missed that one.
You have all of our backs now, because it means It's your choice. It's not an obligation. Some magic, whatever it is.
There's a pause, and then she kind of like takes a second and kind of reaches into her pack, fumbles with it a moment, and actually takes out the empty card. And just kind of stares at it. Kind of turns it in her hand. It is still a very new sensation. Even before. And she gestures to the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That it is time to move past, and I'm attempting so hard to. It's gonna be like another slight pause, and then she kind of reaches into her pack again, takes out actually, no, he doesn't. Takes the probably like what do they call those things that can do a quick light?
Tinder stick?
Tinder stick, and sets it on fire. And just kind of watches it for a bit. And then drops it and puts it out. Until it's ash and
I think that's a good decision.
as I think is yours if you truly attempt it.
Well. I can't think of the way to say it.
It's tough.
Right.
Basically, just want to make some kind of quip about, making a good decision after so many bad decisions.
Words are hard.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think of it in 3 days, and then you can put it into chat, and we'll just run on it.
There you go.
He said something a little bit more quippy.
No time like
that is
yeah, no time like the present.
my eternal dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
So if your conversation dies down,
yes,
yeah,
keep watching.
Then watch the card burn.
Watching the card burn. Before you eventually both kind of curl up. Hegan and Velis take the next watch. Actually, just for also, since you technically are taking a watch, if I can get a wisdom perception check from Pernell and Aiden, since you are, technically on watch, and you are keeping an eye out. Technically.
7.
16.
Appropriate.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not focused on watch. I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, that's true. You didn't sign up for this.
Okay, Velis and Hegan.
Yeah.
So to start, just give me a wisdom perception check for the
I'm
mechanic.
giving myself disadvantage because I'm not
You're
really
not paying attention?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
So that's a 10.
All right.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Okay.
So 22.
All right. So that will come into play in a moment, but
Yeah, I just
Hegan is curious.
Velis just gets up and starts after like 10-15 minutes everyone else settles back down, just pulls out those papers and starts to shuffle through them and starts to read just by the whatever ambient light there is.
It's a low violet lavender. Almost like fairy lights.
Yep.
I mean, there are literal fairy lights all over outside of the dome as well.
Yeah, just sitting there like starting to read for he's done this many, many times, probably knows every word on the page, but...
Would he gonna have seen him reading them before? At other times?
Probably not, because it's been a while.
Yeah.
I don't think that Velis has explicitly pulled them out since, like, Tusoa.
Having trouble focusing?
Or focusing too much, maybe.
On the right or wrong thing, I suppose.
Who knows anymore?
Mind if I ask what you're reading?
Probably a waste of time, honestly. Is
it important?
I wish I knew. Back in Phandalin, the Black Spider, the Drow, he was from my house, and I still don't know what he was doing there. These were his.
How did you get a hold of him?
Couldn't even tell you now. Maybe at the castle? I don't really remember.
What's on them?
Hand them over. I don't know if they were written in Undercommon or Common, or I can't remember.
They're written in Common.
Yeah. It's nothing. There's nothing in there, really. I can't. I don't know why I keep looking like something's going to show up, but I guess hearing that.
Hey, my Discord cut out.
No, I didn't. Oh, sorry.
Talking, I didn't hear you.
Oh no!
Okay.
No, no. I mean, nothing useful. It's from back then. It's from whatever they were doing in Phandalin, but I guess knowing that their attention has wandered my way, I can't help but wonder what he was up to. Sometimes it feels like things are too connected and I don't like it.
Connected how?
Fuck if I know. One thing just seems to lead into another with this group.
It does seem to be the case.
Take the papers back and just kind of shove them back in the bag. Frustrated. Look, Hagen. I know you haven't been around, but Aiden's worth trusting. I think he's an asshole sometimes, sure. He's not the only one. But don't be so hard on him. He'd have any of our backs if we needed it. Trust him with that.
You know, I didn't trust you at first either. I didn't particularly care for you.
Not the first time I've heard that. I'd be surprised if that had changed, honestly.
It has. Yeah. I suppose I wasn't so vocal about it. To be honest, I was fairly indifferent about Aiden in comparison. I really didn't like you.
Good talk.
That might be deserved.
I don't know about that. But the orb was clearly abnormal. It was important to the monk. It was magic. Frankly, I believe it could have been quite dangerous. I'm not so
Probably
much
was.
bothered. I'm not so much bothered that it was destroyed. I think it's better off that it's not in anyone else's hands. But the evasiveness doesn't sit well with I don't tend to hold grudges, believe it or not. I like most people. But that and the behavior on the bridge, he's clever. He could have told him anything really, and still meant it without really giving anything away. Just seemed unnecessary considering we don't know if one of us displeased him. He could have just not taken any of our payments. I don't know.
I mean, you
Just
get used to
bothers
it,
me.
honestly.
Seems so. You all seem used to it.
He hadn't helped me out a long time ago. Enough for me to give him the benefit of the doubt, going into whatever this is. He's helped us all. His
I
share.
mean, he was there to help get Brunel back, I suppose.
Look, I'm not gonna pretend that I trusted anyone here for a long time. Couldn't exactly tell you why I stuck around, really, except that it kept me moving and that seemed good enough. But I don't know. Now I know I'm here because I want to be. Because somehow this matters. And if I can do anything to help any of these people, I'm going to. I'm not going to just sit back and watch that get torn apart over something petty, so...
No, I don't expect you to. Like you said, somehow everyone seems weirdly connected.
Yeah, I don't like that very much.
Well, seems to work for us pretty far so far. For our lives. Anyway, what I mean is that I don't necessarily trust him right now, but I'm not saying that I won't. I try to be less in his face about it, I suppose.
Appreciate it. I don't like this place, and I don't like where we're going. I don't think we can afford to be fighting amongst ourselves right now.
Certainly not. Besides, regardless of what I may or may not think of him, I still have to watch over all of you, and someone's got to babysit.
I think we've got a few babysitters at this point. Just looks over at Leah and Wiria.
Lots of good moms.
Good, small, and tall mom.
You can imagine, like, if there's a camera that pans from, like, Leah to Wiria, and then just Elias just...
Absolutely.
I'm sure Elias is just sprawled.
He's not a graceful sleeper.
I'm sorry. Keegan, as you've been talking with Velis, you notice that quite the opposite of dispersing. It seems almost the crowd of people in the grove has begun to grow. And while it's still like daylight out, in fact, Wuria specifically had to like dim the light inside of the dome to make it easy enough for people to sleep. You can see that the people that have begun to wander in, 2s and 3s, and sometimes by themselves. All kind of just make themselves comfortable. But you know that there's a growing number of people coming in who are all intently watching the dome.
Of course.
Can I kind of tell? Does it seem like they're just curious, or are they waiting?
You don't pick up any sense of like predator from more, but like excited anticipation, chatting and murmuring, all sorts of different types, various fae.
I feel like I'm in a suit. They're all watching.
Look around at that.
Yeah, you do notice it now that he.
I'm just gonna lean out of the dome and go, "It's a nap, not a show." And then just cast it back in.
He can just snort.
Go away, fairies. We're
now
Yes.
It's gonna happen for a while.
Amazing.
Wow.
Bear in mind, they can't see or hear into it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So they just saw half of a drow lean out.
Yeah.
It's kind of disconcerting knowing they can't see us and they're still staring.
I mean, some people are like, they're having conversations with one another, but you're just getting this general sense of like more and more people coming, and like filling in, like making themselves comfortable and finding places to sit. Some of them are eating and drinking. Other things.
Yeah, we're the strange ones here. It's not
I'm
unexpected.
kind of getting the feeling that someone advertised this race.
You think?
I don't think we really want as spectators, but I guess we don't have much of a choice, do we?
Seems
Are they planning on to follow us?
I mean, as long as they don't get in the way, but I kind of doubt that Saoirse would like that very much.
I don't know. She likes a good show.
I guess we'll see.
We should probably rest eventually. Try to get the spider out of your head.
I think I'm all right. I think I've slept enough, but I'll stay up if you don't want to wake someone else up.
And say Elias will probably be willing to take
a shift.
I'm gonna stay up because I already got 4 hours, presumably.
Elves. Elves.
Yep. Yeah,
I'm
so
sure you already know. Okay.
I was just say, so when you wake up Elias, you kind of like blink and look around, and
We got an audience.
a lot of
It's probably immediately noticed given my passive.
Surprise.
Oh boy.
The Baron he seems to be passed out, like partially submerged in the water over where it is. He may have partaken of various imbibes.
How much would it take to knock a troll out?
Knock out, so, yeah.
Everybody hit that long rest. We get to hit the long rest button, right?
Oh yeah, everyone gets to you all get a long rest.
Huzzah.
Elias and
Goodbye, temp HP.
Velis, as you take the final watch, go ahead and make a wisdom.
Perception?
Yes.
Okay.
17.
Got 14 for a 19.
Okay. So those two guards unmoving the entire time.
Do they blink?
Yeah, I'm starting to think those two are actually statues.
They're helmeted and you can't quite see their faces.
It's Buckingham Palace guards.
Yeah. Is it bad that I kind of want to go up and like poke one?
Probably.
I don't know if I would recommend that.
I don't feel like.
Like as
I'm
soon
the
as I said
person
it, I
to
realized that was a bad idea.
I mean, it's a bad idea, but I'm not the one who's going to stop you, so.
There are more Fae arriving.
Don't do it.
No, let's not get the,
The dome is now actually surrounded.
let's not get in a fight with the guards.
Like basically a picnic almost.
No, I tried telling them to stop doing that, but.
I mean, everything I've ever heard about fairies does not incline me to think that they'll do what they ask you, or do what you ask them to do.
I'm beginning to see that. We've been some fucking weird places, but this is possibly the weirdest.
Yeah. Not saying a lot.
It really is.
I don't know. I've been in some pretty fucking weird places.
Isn't he gonna sleep now?
Yeah.
Keegan says that in his sleep, and that's
he's like dozing off, like over here.
The piano.
Okay.
Hey, at least there's no spiders here.
Yeah.
That you can see.
Spiders.
Shut up.
Face spiders.
I don't think I want to know what kind of spiders might be in a place like this.
They probably wouldn't be in a place like this, the Blooming Grove.
That's
You'd
true.
probably have to go to some place that was like dark and gloomy to find spiders.
Oh,
Like maybe where we're headed.
Oh,
In Feywild, at least, or Feywild adjacent.
Feywild
Technically,
adjacent spiders.
Semi-plane that is both and is the material plane and the Feywild, but not either.
why do I always seem to end up dragging us to just gloomy, depressing places? That everyone's like, oh, you shouldn't go there, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Aiden's doing the dragging this time.
Yeah.
We're just along for the ride.
I definitely did not hear dragon as in like dragging. I'm like, what dragon is
What?
is Aiden doing rather?
That's like every other campaign I'm in, really.
Yeah.
That's not this one. That's like every other one.
Let's go back and say hi to the Centerline.
Not.
I'm sure she's read that book like 3 times already.
At least.
Yeah.
She's writing fanfic.
She is a true fanfic writer.
Does Vela still have the papers out?
Probably would have gotten them back out after the conversation and started going back to reading. Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna find anything new in those.
Yeah, probably not, but, you know. Feels better than sitting and waiting.
I guess.
I think that's the worst part.
I speak from experience when I say that stewing on your problems and getting into your own head is also not ideal. Just
Yeah, I don't know how to get out of it, honestly. Just keep thinking that one of these days I'm gonna wake up with a knife in my back, or worse, one of you is.
well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If we come to it.
I just don't like knowing that this is going to come crashing down on us and not knowing when or how. So maybe I just want to feel like I'm doing something. And it holds up the paper, even if it's useless.
Fair enough.
Impressive and also painful.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
Yeah. But
Not that having that your back on your stomach is also not painful.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, though, I am grateful that you guys didn't just tell me to fuck off.
Yeah. I mean, pretty sure we've... I mean, at this point, it'd just be like... After all this? I don't know. Like, come this far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not used to it. Didn't really...
Get used to it.
Maybe. Wouldn't mind that, honestly. Never really sat still before all this.
Yeah. I think I might have spent too long sitting still. Or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I just know that it feels good not being on my own, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get used to it.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't get used to it.
I mean, I guess only if that's a good thing. But not in a, like, constantly expecting the worst kind of thing, but always like, oh, it's a nice surprise when you remember that you have people that care about you.
Weren't you the one that just gave me shit for saying that? Like 2 weeks ago?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
2 weeks? What?
How does time work?
What is time?
No, you're right.
My memory's been a little fuzzy ever since,
Eh. I didn't think you meant it.
Maybe I did.
It's too easy to give you shit.
You're not the first person to tell me that.
Won't be the last.
Yeah, probably last.
Nah, it's alright. Do you think they're just gonna keep staring?
I think so.
That is really unsettling.
I'm not going to be able to get back to sleep.
No. Cards! Let's play cards.
Yeah.
So you while away the rest
of the watch playing cards.
Like, okay.
And as for what passes for the next morning arrives, you can see that the grains of not quite sure what in the hourglass have now dwindled to a very low number. You all awaken to find the Blooming Grove filled with folk. Fairies, dryads, not elves, Eladrin here and there.
Well, this is more
many
crowded.
bring but other persuasions. Centaur, just it is outed. And they're all arranged surrounding the dome.
I was really
Some of them
hoping
seem to
I
be
was
resting, some of
doing
them
that.
seem to be occupied, but a good number of them.
Well,
And
this
very
is different
With-
than normal.
The Baron, impatiently stomping back and forth near the edge of the grove, seemingly unable to, regularly glancing over at the hour. As everyone wakes, I need everybody but Velis and Aiden to make wisdom saving throws.
We're all
There we go
around.
again. Yeah,
And
we're all
you
around.
get
Party
bonus
around
from
Leah.
Leah.
Party around the Leah.
Plus 4 from Leah.
Ring around the Rhea puck. Okay,
Woo.
cool. I'll take
Great.
that.
So it
Plus
gets a
4
plus
from Leah.
4.
Plus 1.
It dropped.
I'm gonna take a weird spell today.
18.
21. Thank you, Leah.
I did not roll well.
27.
Okay. It's a little alarming to have all these people paying close attention to you, but no ill effects otherwise.
I feel like I'm in a fish tank.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm getting flashbacks to home.
Yeah, you are quite the star of the show. And I think it is very late for all of you.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And now would be an excellent
That
time.
seems like a good break.
We could have stopped before, but RP.
That was some good
There
RP,
is-
yeah.
RP.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah.
There's
Give
a
it,
flash.
give it.
There's a flash of verdant green light, as where before there was a mirror, now stands Saoirse herself.
Ooh.
Indeed, about 10 feet tall, towering over her Eladrin. And immediately, the entire grove goes silent. And that's where we'll pick up next.
Hey! We made it. Oh,
Good
shenanigans.
shit.
Shenanigans.
Many
I feel that.
That was super
Thank
awesome.
you for the positive reassurance. Like, I think Velas needed some of that. Good shit.
Yay, good shit.
Good shit.
So much good shit tonight.
And finally got to talk to Hegan.
I know, right?
Yay! All right.
Actual conversation.
Chat friends, thank you so much for joining us tonight. You all have been wonderful. Thank you for
Thank
comments and
you.
talking to us and
Indeed.
hanging out with us tonight. We're back next week, right? Or was it no, it's the alternate game next week?
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check.
Check in.
So-
I can't
check in.
remember which week we
There
are
were a
not
couple
doing.
of people who were missing next week, possibly.
I will be
22nd we were
late.
good. 29th we were not.
Okay, it was the last
Right.
week. Okay,
29th's going to be
so we should be back.
potentially other game.
Right.
Yeah.
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 So we should be
that-
back next week, I believe, for this game.
The plans that I was having on Saturday may get upended. I don't know.
Okay.
But if you're planning on the other campaign, but
We were marked for the 22nd as a yes and the 29th as a no.
Yeah. So next week would be a yes.
next week's
Yeah.
Okay. So,
sure. We're missing one thought.
I will be late.
all right.
I'm trying to find the.
I have to.
Thank you, Master Twig. Appreciate it. Glad we can entertain. And yeah, we'll be back next week for this campaign. Otherwise, my next game is Monday with Eualia, I believe. And we'll see you next time. Thank you so much. Bye.
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being